Here we go. That's working fine. And yeah, 4:30. And looks good. Everything looks good. Audio looks good. I see the indicator looks good. And welcome. Welcome to my live stream. My name is Danny. I am located in Yonkers, New York, United States of America. And I'm doing the live stream today because I know Jill's canceled his live stream around at 4 o'clock. He's been dealing with some issues lately. So I figured I'll come on today and do a couple of hours. So you're welcome to join the stream. And you know, chat amongst yourself, or you could talk to me if you like, of course. Yeah. So anyway, so right now it is 58 degrees here in Yonkers, New York. It is a nice day out there, sunny. It's a little cool. We're supposed to go down to 41 Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Celsius. I could go check. You could go check real quick. So I can go check that like in a couple of seconds. So it's for about 14 degrees Celsius. There you go. Good old Google. Can't go wrong with Google. So 58 degrees Fahrenheit, 14.4 Celsius here in Yonkers, New York. So it's getting a little chilly now. So like I said, it's gonna get chillier tonight. So I'm gonna have to put the heat on again. I had to replace the thermostat. We had an old one that just was the old type, the not the rotary thermostat, but the old one, the old digital. But this one was programmable, but we were trying to put one with Wi-Fi, like the Nest, but this one's a Honeywell. This one has Wi-Fi, has the app. So, for example, like we could be out the house and we could just set program the thermostat from wherever. Unfortunately, since this, of course, everything in this house is old, so our boiler, our furnace boiler, whatever you guys call it, is a gas furnace. It's about I'm thinking it's about 35 years old because it was already here when we had moved in here. So typically these new furnaces now they have about 5 wires, including one that's called a C wire, is a 24-volt wire for the modern thermostat. Of course, ours didn't have that. So I had to buy a transformer. It's a 24-volt transformer. It's not a DC transformer, it's a AC transformer. 24 volt. And it has 2 wires, it's split. So one goes to the thermostat at the C. When you hook up the thermostat, there's a bunch of wires. So one goes to the white wire, the W, one goes to the R, H for heat. And that's the one we have. We only have 2 wires set up. And then we needed 2 extra wires to get the 24 volt for the Wi-Fi. Otherwise, the thermostat won't even power up. So we're breaking our heads about that. So finally, we got the thermostat going. And then the other thing about the thermostat, it was just to program it. Instead of having just a touch, a button that says menu, you have to do some Vulcan type thing, like press up and this button over here to get the menu. Instead of just having a menu button, you have to. So I was trying to figure out how to get to the menu. So finally, after going through the stuff, and then of course Google, I figured it out that you had to do you press up, and there's like 3 buttons, actually 4 buttons below. So you press up and the button below, and you press it and hold it for a second, and then you activate the menu. Again, the people that make these things, can't they just make a button that says menu, and you just press the menu button, and you get the menu? Even even my old Vizio remote has a menu button. So you figure something like a thermostat, supposed to be a modern thermostat with Wi-Fi, you would think that will make a button that says menu. Sometimes I wonder who. I think sometimes I read in the forum. I think sometimes the engineers, they do that on purpose just to make people pull their hair. I guess they don't want to make it too easy. Otherwise, they'd be out of a job. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. It's like a cruel prank, you know. So my wife is like, we're going back. I don't think this is gonna work. And then I was like, no, you know what? And I remember that I had to do something, but I can't remember because I tried to install this menu last year. I mean, the thermostat last year, but I couldn't get it going because I was missing the C wire at the time. That's why we had to buy the transformer. So this time around, we put the transformer, it powered up, but I didn't know how to get to the menu because I totally forgot that you had to do some convoluted press up. It reminded me of the video games. Like a cheat, like when you want to cheat on a particular game. Press the controller up while holding the A button to unlock this feature. That's cute for a video game, but for a thermostat that we depend on daily, put a menu button. It's too much to ask. Seriously. Yeah, so anyway, so that was the deal with that. So it's working now. It's a little chilly, but it's okay. I'm probably gonna fire it up tonight again because it's really way too early to put the thermostat. Normally, we try to wait until at least November when it really gets when it consistently gets chilly every night. Yesterday it was warm. Yesterday it went up to like 77 degrees. For this time of the year, it's pretty good. 77. The day before that was 75, I believe. But today, yeah, it got a little chilly, and it's nice supposed to get chilly, and then tomorrow it's supposed to be a little chilly in the evening. So, yeah, so that's the deal with that. And so last night I was on DX Central, his live stream, and he has a nice live stream. It's all about medium wave DXing. So all you medium wave DXs out there, you're interested in talking to someone that knows about medium wave DXing. His name is Lloyd. I'm gonna put the link in my description at the end of the stream. He's close to 1,000 subscribers. He deserves 1,000 subscribers. This guy. I mean, the production that he puts on his live streams is top notch. I'm gonna say top notch. You know. So yeah, so I want to give a shout out to him because it's a nice stream. People in there, everybody's all friendly. They had one moderator in there finally because a couple of weeks already we've been telling him, you need a moderator in here too because sometimes those troll bots come in and excuse me, those troll bots come in and try to advertise their so-called dating sites. So they have one moderator in there. I hope hopefully he'll have another couple of more moderators. And over here we have plenty, because a lot of the people that were in here that chat are from official SWL chat, and I know them for years, so it was no issue. And when they came on my chat, I wrote them. I said, "Yeah, you're gonna be a mod." So all the vacancies are full here with mods. But yeah, so definitely, it's a nice place to go to also. you know, and that's a good thing about this hobby, radio. Like I know a lot of people go to Official SW channel for chat, but there's a lot of other places you can go to also, you know. And I'm not saying only mine, but there's a lot of, you know, Bobby has a chat, Bobby Burgess. He has a chat, and he's been on every so often. And I don't know if he has a schedule yet. I have a schedule now. My schedule is gonna be Wednesdays, 4 p.m. Eastern. Like I said, I'm on today because Official SW channel canceled his stream earlier for 4 o'clock, so I'm on for today. I'm gonna be on for a while. So you know, you're welcome to come over here. You're welcome to you know, chat with us and join. You know, and I can hear my son playing upstairs. And I told him to keep it to a minimum upstairs with the stomping, but you know, he's a 7-year-old boy. He's a 7-year-old boy. You know, I can't. It's Saturday. He's not in school today. Columbus Day is on Monday, so he has a 3-day weekend. He's happy about that. Not that he doesn't like school. He does like school, but you know, he just likes to stay home and play more. Hello, Paul. AA1SU checking in from Northern Vermont. How's it going? And good to see you here. And yeah, I enjoy your videos. Because I have two Zenith transoceanics right over there. They were up there in the back collecting dust. And which is the one that's working? I get confused with the models. Which is a 600. The 600 is the one with the rotary looking knob, right? One is the A6. I forgot the models. The one with the sliding one, that's the one that's not working. I bought that one off of someone on Craigslist. I think he gave it to me for like $25. I forgot what it was. And that one, I had to restring the because it must have snapped in there. The tuning, what's it called, a needle. So that one, and then also that one hums. The other one works perfect. Okay, so the 500 is the airplane dial. Okay, that's the one that's working fine. The 500. So that one works perfect. When I bought that one, I paid. I think I forgot what it was. I'm trying to remember. This is a long time ago now. I bought that one with a. I think I bought the 500 with the national. I have it right there, a national radio, and they both work perfectly. The guy that sold me that, he restores radios all the time. He buys radios from people, and he restores them and he sells them on Craigslist. He lives about 50 miles away from where I'm at, and by Orange County here in upstate New York, not upstate New York, but Orange County's. It's not really all the way upstate. When I say upstate New York, see, when I say upstate New York, I'm thinking about Buffalo. That's upstate, or Syracuse. This is the next county, Orange County. No, Rockland County. Then, so anyway, it's about 50 miles away. The guy he sells, so he sold me those two for like 250. I think 250. He gave me those two radios. They're working perfect, both of them. He recapped them and everything. But that 600 is the one that I bought for like $25, and it was a little beat up. I cleaned it up. The plug too is broken. That's the one with the plug too that you pull and it goes back in. It has yeah. So that 600 is in. I need that one. That's the one that I'm gonna have to bring back to life. So I was watching your videos on that, and I know they sell kits and all that, which is cool, which is even better. They sell kits. Yeah, the cord reel. Yeah, the cord reel. Exactly. My terminology is like sometimes. Yeah, so this cord reel, it looks like somebody cut it and they replaced it with another one, and it looks sloppy. So I want to fix all that. I want to put a brand new cord reel on there, things like that. Unfortunately, what happens is I don't have time. That's the other thing. You know, time. You know, like when we're younger, we're like, you know, someday I'm gonna do all this stuff. Someday, and then when you're on the other side of 50, and you know, people around you are no longer here. Some people, in my case, my mother, my mom, and my oldest brother, and so on. And you start thinking about, yeah, I want to enjoy my hobby. I want to spend time doing these things, but also I want to enjoy life because you don't know when your time is up. Now you're like, because I was always conscious about. My wife tells me that I'm too obsessive about that. And I told her, no, honey. I said, I'm very aware about time. I don't like to waste time. Time is a time is the most precious commodity that we have. I don't care about money, time. Because time, it comes and it goes, and that's it. And before you know it, you're on the other side of 50 looking down, I'm staring at 60 in I'm 56 now. So I'm looking forward to 60. And then I'm looking forward to that first, Social Security retirement check too. Of course, I have other stuff, but still. Man, before that was like, oh, when you're younger, you're like, I don't, you every time you hit that, oh, okay, somebody's revving their engine out here today. Oh boy, yeah. So that's another thing we have around here. The national. Okay, I've been restoring the national NC98 and the national NC 109. Let me check which one I have. It's right here. It's just right here. But I don't want. I'm not gonna lift it. This is this one. Where can I see the number at? Can I see the number? Oh my God! Now I'm gonna have to move it around. Oh, okay. There it goes. Okay, 188. Yeah, I didn't want to lift it. I have it right here because I'm gonna move all this out. It's gonna be up here. I have the NC 188. That's the one I have. The 188. It's a nice looking radio. It's very nice. And the guy really did a good job in bringing it back to life. Has a couple of dings on it, and but I mean, in terms of it works functionally. It works every no hum, no nothing. Everything works good. So the NC, I have a couple of videos on it from a long time ago. Receptions, NC 188. Yeah, so yeah, I know you. That's why I subscribe to your channel and I watch those videos. I enjoy them. I sit down and because of course, they're very long videos. So when I watch your videos, I'm in a relaxing mood. I got my drink, my whatever beverage I'm drinking that night, and I'm watching your videos. Like, yeah, sometimes I pause and I look at it, and you know. So thank you for posting those videos because those videos are like, I'm learning from those videos. So definitely the one with the Zenith Transoceanics. Those are awesome videos, and I'm like, yeah, I got to do what he's doing. I got to make time. But of course, over here I have to set up an area. That's one thing I don't have here in the basement yet. Because I was hoping I would do that in the garage, but the garage is still a mess. Is have an area where I can work on my radios. When you want, especially you need space for that. So I need an area where I can work on my radios, have all my tools there, and I don't have a setup like that yet here. You know. Uh, Hello, Keegan DXer. Hello, good afternoon, and from Northwest Arkansas. 73 degrees Fahrenheit and sunny there. Okay, cool. Yeah, over here is 58 degrees. It's a little chillier. It's sunny. It's nice, sunny out there, but it's a little chillier. Okay, the NC 188 is exactly like my NC 109, but without the crystal filter and product detector. Okay. Oh, cool, Paul. That's cool. Yeah. Lower 48 here this morning. Okay. Excuse me. Yeah, so I decided to come on today because I know Jill's canceled his live stream because I went to check up on it around 3 o'clock and he had just posted it. So I was in the middle of heating up, warming up some enchiladas for my son. So I said, so I told Sanjay, I said, Sanjay, I'm gonna do a live stream today, okay? Because I'm gonna, because normally he would be on by now, and I would be at his chat. But I figured let me do this today because since he's not here, and I have nothing else to do right now. I mean, I can, and I said let me just fill in for and yeah, not really technically filling in for him, but I figured because I was saying earlier that there's a lot of good live streams out there, radio related. I know some people, and I do. I enjoy his live stream too. But I also was on DX Central last night, and he says, medium wave DXing and also FM DXing, and it was nice to be there. It's nice to, and I'm hoping there's more streams like this. I know there's a couple of ham related streams out there. I know of those, and those are cool too. Yeah, again, I enjoyed the live streams from Jills and Lloyd too. Yeah, so I was saying that I'm, Lloyd, I like his live stream is very, I'm gonna say top notch in terms of production, in terms of the way he set up his live stream. It's very professional. It's not no Mickey Mouse type setup, you know, and and that's just because he was a radio guy. He was set up like a type of radio show and with the intros and all that, which is cool. It is kind of funny the log of the week with the chainsaw cutting the log, but it's this thing and it's cool. I enjoy that, So I want more. I want more people to be aware that you know, you know, and I'm not knocking any. I'm not knocking nobody. I'm not. Trust me, I'm not. But like I do, I go out of my way to look for a lot of streams. Different. I'm on. I like last night after that stream, I was on a football stream. I was watching college football. I was on it for like 2 hours, just chatting with people while watching a college football game. You know, it's like that's my TV to go on live streams. So I was on a college football stream, and we were just joking, and people were, talking stuff among each other. Oh, this team sucks. I just go in there just to, say hello to people and watch the game because I don't have cable, so I try to watch them. So the game was on a live stream. So I said, okay, I'm gonna watch this game here. So same thing with I know radio chat. There's in terms of shortwave and medium wave, there's not that many out there. And because I really look for those, and there's not that many out there in terms of that. There is quite a few ham related, uh, you know, not all the time live streaming, not, but there is some. And in the past, I would not watch them because I can't relate to that because I'm not a ham. Now that I am a ham, I can see myself watching some of them more. So, but in terms of like shortwave listening and medium wave and FM DXing and medium wave DXing, that type of thing, there's not that many out there. So that's why, I don't mind shouting out like Lloyd's chat. I'm gonna put, like I said, at the end of the stream, I'm gonna put his link into my description because he's close to 1,000. I think he has like 930 subscribers now. And when I first mentioned his channel, he was like right over 800. So I'm hoping that more and more people go to his live stream. I know he had like 24 people, 25 people at one time in the stream, which is cool. So I know he's gonna go over 1,000 by probably in another couple of weeks. He'll go over 1,000, and then we'll celebrate that with him. My call sign is KD2ZZE, Kilo Delta 2 Zulu Zulu Echo, and it's right up here. You can see it right there. Yeah, I just got my call sign a month ago. I passed. Okay, here we go with this ribbon guy. Okay, if he keeps on, I'm gonna have to go outside and let this guy. Let me see if he leaves. I think he's leaving. I'm hoping he's leaving. Cause somebody was revving earlier today down the block because it's a long. I don't want to get into that. I don't want to get into that now, please. So yeah, that's my call sign, Paul. Right there. I got my tech. I passed the tech. Of course, I got a free shot at the general, but I missed it by 7 questions. I didn't even study for the general. I plan to go for the general. I was hoping to do it by the end of this month, but I think I'm gonna put it off to right before Thanksgiving. I'm gonna try for the general, and and we'll see what happens with that. And then after the general, I'm not gonna go for the extra anytime soon. Um, you know, I'm trying to enjoy this portion of the tech, and yeah. So my latest thing lately is Digi. I got this one. I tried the sound card, did not work. So this is my Yaesu FT818ND. So now I bought the Digi Rig. You see it right there, the Digi Rig. And of course, you hook it up, USB-C. And of course, so one is for the serial cable, and one is for the audio cable. And I hooked it up. And one thing it's a pet peeve. Here we go. Let me take this thing up. Let me just disconnect this thing. Again, the people that make this stuff, they need to make stuff with instructions. I mean, if it's too much to ask, you're selling a product, you want people to buy it, put some instructions in there. Even the cables, you're selling the cable, put some instructions there. A piece of paper, simple instructions. These people sell everything with no instructions. This came in a small bag like this. Small bag like this. Amazon with no instructions, no nothing. Just this little card. I guess they want you to go to their website and do all that stuff, and I get it, but put a simple instruction. Is it too much to ask? I mean, really? I don't want to go to your website and go to the form and all that. Just for a simple little two, uh, you know, which cable goes where, and you know what I'm saying? Like, really? Let me try to focus in there. It's not gonna play nice focusing in there. Okay. Yeah. So, like in terms of software and things like that, simple instructions, people. That's all I ask. And I know, and I think what I'm gonna get heat for this one. Is designed by a ham. I guess they assume that you know everything. No, you gotta when you sell something, you gotta assume that the person knows very, very little. He's not being redundant. You gotta put a simple instruction in there. When you ship this to me and you had no instructions in there, you assuming that I know how to use this, that I know how to do the settings for it on exactly the same. That's even a worst case scenario because that radio is complicated. I'm gonna tell you that radio is not for the beginner, Jim. No instruction, not even on one piece of paper. Because we know how when you turn it off, I think you gotta hit it twice. You don't just press and hold it. I think you gotta hit it twice and it turns off. Simple instructions, people. It's like I'm telling you. Again, here we go. Because it was a ham that made it. They assume that all hams know. No. And I came from the tech field. I was tech support. I worked on tech support. I was a network administrator. Uh, you gotta assume that the user, you got all types of levels of user, but you gotta always go by the lowest. I don't want to say skill set, knowledge. I don't want to say those words. But you got to assume that the user does not know anything about how to use that. Step 1, turn it on. Sometimes how you turn it on, press and hold the button for 2 seconds for it to power on. Because if you sometimes you press a power button, it might not come on. Sometimes you got to press and hold the power button. Put that on the documentation. So anyway, let me go back up. I'm sorry. Jim's Radio Check. Good afternoon. And yeah, and then I'm gonna see same thing with the mileage. Yeah, exactly, same mileage. I have it right here. No instructions. No instructions whatsoever. You know, and it's a quirky radio. And I got sausage fingers. I know some. I think it was you that told me with the stylus. I tried that; it didn't work too well. So I had to, I'm figuring. I was listening to the other. I hooked up my MLA 30, and I was listening to some hams talking on what else? 40 meters. I was listening talking on 40 meters. Was it 40 meters? No, 20 meters. Excuse me, 20 meters. 40 meters. 20 meters. And I was listening to talk on this, and yeah, I had that. I was gonna make some videos on it, but I was just listening, and I'm getting used to it. I'm playing with it now. I'm giving it a chance. I'm giving it a shot before I trash this thing and say don't buy it. Please avoid it with all costs. It's a novelty item. It is kind of a novelty item. If I wanted to go on the field and do SDR, I would not take this. I would just take my little AirSpy and a tablet, and that's it. I wouldn't take this. And I will do a lot better with this and a tablet than I would do with this. So the tablet, I can forget it. And yeah, with a good tablet in this, not even a good tablet, a decent tablet with this, I will enjoy more with this than with this. Okay, this is but I'm trying to give it a chance. But the instructions, there's no instructions for it. It's horrible, and that's the thing. It's a pet peeve of mine. But it's not really a pet peeve. It's something that you should do. I mean, if I make a product and I'm selling it, I'm not only in my case, not only would I have instruction, I will do a video on it, an instructional video on it too. I would say, and if you want more, go to this channel. I will self-promote my own channel by selling it too. I will say, yeah, go here and I'll give you an instructional video on all this. And I have a series of instruction videos on it, how to set it up with this radio. And then somebody's gonna send me when I get the demand for it, and I will set up another video for that. Because when I finish setting this thing up with my Yaesu, you better believe I'm gonna make a video on it. You know why? Because nobody thought about making videos on this stuff. And I bet you if I make that video, it'll get views by other hams. They'll say, wow, Danny, you broke it down like this and this and this. And I say, yep, because I know what because there's no video, there's very few videos on this. And the ones that are on this, they just show you using it. He's just using it. He doesn't tell you how to set this up, how to set up all the settings on the software side. They don't have there's no videos on this anywhere other than people just playing around with their radio. Now, one ham could come out with a video and say, listen, I'm going to show you how to set this DigiRig with this radio. This is a very popular radio. Don't get me. This is not no obsolete radio. This is a very popular radio. You're gonna tell me there's nobody out there in the universe that made a video with this and this, how to set it up all the way through? I have not found one video. Okay, not one. So I'm gonna say shame on you, DigiRig, for not having a channel to post videos on this. You're selling this product. Have some videos on it. You see how SDRPlay, and you got to give them credit. That's another reason why I recommend SDRPlay. Because SDRPlay, not only they have documentation on their website, they have a channel. They have a channel, folks. Learn from this. Hams, that you make this little stuff. They have a channel that shows you all the features. Right? You know it. Anybody that owns this radio, when you go to their channel, they have a lot of stuff on this. On this. How to set up, how to do SDR Uno with this plugin, how to set up SDR Uno this way, how to set up SDR. There's a whole bunch of videos on their website, on the channel, excuse me. Right? So that's why this drives me up the wall. When people make stuff like this, and you don't even have, first of all, you don't even send me a documentation. There's not even a channel for this, honey. I'm ready to send this shit back. I'm sorry. Oops, sorry. But I'm ready to send this back. But I'm not going to yet because I posted. I went to a Yesu. There's a group in Facebook, and they already answered my question. They already answered all. And luckily, that's how I'm getting answers for this on a Yesu Facebook group. Somebody already, so 2 people already replied to it. I just posted about a couple hours ago. 2 people already replied to this. They said, yeah, I use that radio with this guy. And if you want me, I'll send you the detail. And I told him, yeah, send me the details. I want to see how you set it up. Because I got mine working. It's working. I got it working. But I had to go through hoops and hurdles to find the answers. Because I didn't know you had to install a driver for this, a serial driver. They don't tell you. The guy does. I'm telling you, when I bought this, he only shipped it with this, and this little card, and that's it. And there's no documentation whatsoever. None. I had to dig to get to that point. So you can imagine, imagine a person that doesn't know anything about computers or barely. They're gonna get frustrated with this stuff, and they're gonna toss it. They're gonna say, you know, I don't want to deal with this because I'm trying to do FT8, and with this radio, I tried the sound card, and now this, and this I got to a point where I can transmit, but it's timing out on me, like the software saying. So I know this one. I think there's 1 more or 2 more little settings that I'm off, and I think I'll get it running, and that's it. At least it recognizes it. All right, so let me go up. Let me go down the list. Sorry about that. It's like a little rant again, but this is what I'm saying. You guys got to do a better job of documenting stuff when you sell stuff. And where I'm at. Okay. Yeah, again, the same thing. Jim, yep. I'm starting to understand the radio a little bit more just by goofing around with it. Yep, Jim is there to check. But it shouldn't be that way. You should have documentation on a radio like that. On the Mala hit radio. What did I just put in that? You know, on a radio like this, this radio should have a lot of documentation. Especially for you charging for this. I paid about $200 for this radio. This is the one that's unlocked. I paid $200. About $200 on AliExpress. I bought this radio. No documentation. When it came, it was just this, no paper. I was like, what? Oh my God. But thank God, there was at least there's some videos out there on this. But again, the maker of that should have had a channel and tell you. This was driving me up the wall. Look, that's why my hair's so white. Okay, sorry. Keegan the Xer, when an MFJ electronic key with memory was shipped to my dad, W9 JEF, the instructions were online. He later requested printed. Yep, and that's something we want printed instructions. I don't have to. Why do I have to go online for everything? At least print the paper. Have it when you ship it. Have it accompany the product. I mean, when you buy a Texan radio, don't they have a manual with it right there? A little manual. You open it up, and you know. TV radio 1972. Hello, Michael from New Jersey. Okay, there you go, Michael. Good to see you. Yeah. So it's a pet peeve, man. It's not even a pet peeve. It should be a requirement. Jim's radio check. I have a Chromebook. I can't use none of those SDRs on it. I need to get something with Windows. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, I have a bunch of systems here that are now not even they're 32-bit processors. They're not 64-bit processor. Now you not only 64-bit processor, now they're having software that you need more than one core. So it's not only just 64-bit processor. Now they want something with at least another core. And yeah, it's because I know I have all my computers here that I have here. None of them. I did the Windows 11 check on this one. Failed. I cannot do Windows. I cannot upgrade to Windows 11 on this. I don't want to anyway. This laptop is going to be just used for SDR because I'm going to put a desktop here soon. Yeah. So yeah, and exactly. So I know that SDR Connect that when it comes out for the SDRPlay for the RSPs, that's probably going to be definitely probably 64-bit and things like that. Yeah, but it's still software you can use. I'm very about you, Jim. Now that you mentioned that, I was playing around with the software. You can look it up. I'll put the link at the end of the stream. I'm trying out this SDR. It's called SDR Plus Plus. I don't know if you heard of it. It's supposed to be multi-platform. There's links to it for Linux, Mac, Windows, and I think the Raspberry Pi. If I think so. SDR Plus Plus. I'm gonna look it up right here. I was using that the other day. It looks like SDR Sharp, but it has a lot. It has a couple of more features. It also has a record feature. You can record. The only thing is missing that I wish they would put is like the noise blanker, noise filter. It doesn't have those two things, like a noise filter. But everything and it works good. It works fine. It's just it doesn't have noise filtering, and it's called SDR Plus Plus, and that one, I believe you can use that for older systems. They have a 32-bit version, I believe, too. I'm gonna look it up real quick, and then I'll tell you what SDR. Let me type SDR, and then it's two plus sign plus, and then multi-platform SDR. Yeah, the website. I'm gonna put I'll put the link right here right now, so you can see it right now. HTTP. Let me click on the link first. Make sure that's the right link before I put the link here. Okay, so let me copy and paste that one. Copy. I'm gonna move it over here. Excuse me. Gonna paste it here. It's called SDR Plus Plus. And then let me scroll down. Hey, my Radio DXer, how's it going? So that's the link right there. SDRPP.org. And they claim to be a bloat-free SDR receiver. So it doesn't take a lot of resources. Because they don't have a lot of plugins and things like that. That's why it's missing the notch. I think the noise blanker and something else. But that one is multi-platform, and they're updating all the time. They have a nightly build and stuff like that. So if you want to really experiment with that one, I was using it and it was working good. I used it with. It supports a lot of types of SDR, including the RSPdx. It works with that one. I tried it with the RSPdx. It works fine. Okay, so let me go down here. Keegan DXer, I have a Radio Shack DX402. It was my first radio with digital display and digital tuning since the early 2000s. Okay. And my Radio DXer, what's up? What's up? And Jim's radio check, going out to dinner. I have to go, gentlemen. See you later. Take care. And take care, Jim's radio check. And thank you for stopping by and enjoy your evening. And enjoy your meal. I don't know if you're going out to dinner, or you. Anyway, enjoy the rest of the day, and thank you for stopping by. And yeah, so SDR Plus Plus. If you have an older computer, Let me click on the download link and let me see what are the I have to go. Let me see. It goes down to the okay. So they have 64-bit zip. So they're all 64-bit. Okay, but they have different platforms. See, they have for Mac, they have for Debian, they have Ubuntu, and they have Windows. Okay, so there's no Raspberry Pi. It's just Debian, Ubuntu type Linux, Mac, and Windows. But that's pretty good. Multi-platform is still that's pretty good. So yeah, so SDR plus plus, and I tested it out with it works with this one. SDR plus plus works with this one. Of course, you could also use it with your RTL SDR. I'm probably gonna try it out with this one. I'm gonna try it out with this one too later on. Well, not today, but eventually I'll try to see how well it works. It works also with the SPI. It also works with this one because I saw that one listed so it works with this one too. So that one works with several different SDR. I think it also works with and then there was another model, Lime SDR, Pluto SDR. What else it works with that I saw? Yeah, it's a several models that it works with. So the only thing about that right now is that it doesn't have a noise blanker or something. I'm sure they're gonna incorporate that in the future because they're upgrading all the time, but it works nice. I used it. I was listening to I was AMDXing with that one, and it was working fine. Actually, the functionality is actually a little better than SDR Sharp. SDR Sharp can get a little. I found that SDR Sharp can get a little buggy when it comes to the tuning. I don't like the tuning. I'm not a fan of the SDR Sharp tuning the way it is. And so this one is a step above that. The tuning is actually easier. And when you want to narrow the bandwidth and widen the bandwidth, I find that this SDR plus plus is okay. It's pretty good. I remember it reminds me of another software that I used back then. It was called SDR Sharper. And SDR Sharper, I stopped using that because I don't know. I heard there was rumors that he had ripped it off from SDR Sharp, and because that was the other thing when I was using this software. When I was using this, let me show you. When I was using this SDR, this one, SDR Sharper, I got it to work with SDR Sharper, but SDR Sharp, it will work, but it will crash. So SDR Sharp, I got it to work. I don't know if because this is, I guess what they're claiming here is bloated. So I'm and that one has the RTL. This is a RTL TCP. When you set this type of RTL, this SDR, then the settings, there's RTL SDR, then there's RTL TCP. This is RTL TCP. And then that one you have to put the IP number of this box. Because this is a network box. So this have it been stable and working properly? I would have had this on WebSDR. Because that's what I bought this one for. I bought this so I can use it on WebSDR. I wanted to share this one. That was my original purpose for this box. I wanted to share this SDR with MFJ Loop for anybody to use. You go to WebSDR, you would have went down to Yonkers, New York, you would have saw my SDR, connect to it, you would have been using this one. But unfortunately, this one is too unstable. And I couldn't get it to, So I'm looking at Kiwi SDR. The problem is the price. It's above. I know there was a time they were on sale, and I don't know what happened. They went up through the roof now at Kiwi SDR. I guess because it's very popular. And but yeah, but I wish I could have an online SDR. I would like to have one, and I was hoping this one will be it. And but this is old already. This is like, again, this is RTL TCP. So, but at least if you wanted to listen what was locally, And this one also has HF and VHF. You see, HF and VHF. So I would have had 2 antennas on this. So if you wanted to listen to aircraft, you're gonna, but no, this one has a hard switch. No. This one has a hard switch, so I wouldn't be able to. So I will leave it on HF, and you won't even listen to HF. If I want to share the VHF, I had to switch it, and then I would only share VHF. So I can't do both at the same. You can't share both. Kicking DX, I'm considering an online stereo mount. Yeah, I would like to do one. Yeah, you need a dedicated. Well, you don't need a server. Just a dedicated computer for it, because it has to be on all the time. A lot of people use Raspberry Pi. So for example, you have say not this one, because I wouldn't trust this one. But yeah, Raspberry Pi. That's what a lot of people use. So this will be your online SDR connected to a Raspberry Pi, and then a Raspberry Pi to the internet, and then that's your online SDR setup. I wouldn't use a dedicated because it's too much power. I wouldn't use a Raspberry Pi would be good enough. Yeah, Kiwi SDR with a Raspberry Pi. That's what I would do. Now, I want a Kiwi SDR, but the price range is a little too high right now. And they said that's without the case. If you want to buy the case, there's a seller that sells it with the case. I mean, that sells the case. So we're talking about, I think it was $399 or something for the Kiwi SDR, the board only. The SDR stuff. The case, I think, is another $100-something or something. So it's gonna run you almost. You're looking at almost 450, something like that. So at that price, I'm already looking at the ELAD for me to have here. I don't at that point. I'm not. I can't. Now of course, if I was getting money like donations here and there, then I would buy that and share it. And I don't have that because again, with the Kiwi SDR, I will have to get a Raspberry Pi separately. Because I'm not gonna share it with one of these computers. Too much. My utility bill will be ridiculous. So it will have to be something low power like a Raspberry Pi or an old laptop like this one maybe. If I had this, well, I only use it for here, but if I had this dedicated somewhere, an old laptop, you can use an old laptop, and I will use that. One of the older laptops for sharing it. Yeah. And I'm considering kicking this. I'm considering SDR for recording FMDX at least for times when, fade ups of stations with ID come out of nowhere before I'm gone. I'm prepared to record it on the iPhone. Okay. Or if there's tropo openings during overnight hour where I normally would be asleep, yeah. Yeah, I'm working to some but I really wanted to do online SDR for a long time. Because that's why I bought this one. When I bought this, where did I just put it? Oh, right here. When I bought this, that's why I bought it for, because it has Ethernet. I bought it because there were a few of these online. When you go to WebSDR, is it websdr.org? The University of what's that university's name? The one in the Netherlands. If you look down the list, they used to have these. Soft 66 IP, and that's why I wanted to buy it, because I saw a few of them online. Think, okay, this will work. But then when I bought it, I tried it out. It was a lot of issues. It would get hot. This thing was getting hot. It would crash. And I couldn't. I tried. I had it online, and it would not be on for a few hours. Then it would go offline, and yeah. But I always wanted to do online because people ask me, Danny, yeah. Because now, especially now that I have 2 MFJ loops, I'm not even using them. I'm using my MLAs. I have 3 MLA 30s and a disco, 2 MFJ loops. I'm not using 2 MFJ loops right now. One is in the roof. It's disconnected. I don't have it connected to anything. I have the other MFJ over there. I'm not even using it. I'm gonna bring that one in here, connect one of them. But I have a spare one. I could hook that up and have one of these running 24/7, low power, and you can listen to my MFJ all you want. But the problem is, I think that's the only way I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to get a Kiwi SDR and try it that way. I see people do other things, and I'm hoping and that's the other thing. I'm waiting for the SDR Connect, because SDR Connect is gonna give you that. I think the SDR Connect, when they update SDR Uno, is gonna give you the option to share it online. And then because it's gonna be multi-platform, and I think when you hook this up to a Raspberry Pi, and then you could have an option to. But I heard that's one of the things they're gonna do, is they're gonna make this into an online SDR that you can share. And I would share this. Or maybe not this one, I would share this one. My older one. I would share this one. Oh, but no, then again, this is the one. This is not the one. It is my. So I'll be out of luck for this one. But I would share that one. You know, I would share that, and I could buy another one of these. It's still cheaper than the Kiwi SDR. I think performance wise, the Kiwi SDR is not as good as this. It's just that one has the functionality of sharing it. I don't think it's that great of an SDR in terms of the specs. I think it's more about because it's built in, it's made for sharing. It has the networking built in and everything. So if this one would have had networking built in, this will be a nice SDR to share. So I think the SDR Connect is going to make that happen with this. So it's going to be some kind of middle, not middleware. It's going to be a hardware solution in between. Most likely, because a lot of people were asking for Raspberry Pi support. And I think they're going to get it. I think that's the next step for this SDR, for SDRPlay to do. They're going to have a Raspberry Pi software that you're going to be able to hook this up to the Raspberry Pi. This, by the way, this is inside. There is a Orange Pi. Orange Pi computers in here too. So I can say this Orange Pi. They're going to have an option where you're going to be able to hook that up to a Raspberry Pi computer, and then you're going to be able to share it with the internet. And that's how you're going to turn that into an online SDR. So that's why I'm going to wait and hold on that before I pull the trigger on the Kiwi. I really don't want to buy one because I'm hoping they do this route better. Because I got burned with this already. This is $100 paperweight. This cost me $99, and then the shipping, $100 is a paperweight. Cannot use this for anything. Even locally, I can barely use this now. So yeah. The only thing I'm going to salvage from this is the Orange Pi board and turn this into, and I'm going to turn this into some type of other computer function. Separate, because it's two. I opened it up. It's a Orange Pi board and the RTL connected to it. So I'll take out the RTL. I'll just use the Orange Pi and repurpose it. So it's not a complete loss. Orange Pi computer is like $20. So yeah, so it's an expensive, overpriced Orange Pi computer right now. This thing. I know I took the bullet. I bit the bullet for this one, so you guys don't spend the money. When I bought that, I posted a review. I got hate for that. The guy, he's a Japanese guy. And people said, "Thank you, Danny. I was about to buy that, and thank God I saved them." I said, "Yep, you're welcome." I told him. I said, "Don't spend your money on this one." Tom bought that one too, and he got burned. I don't know if he sent it back and he got a refund. I didn't get a refund. He sent me another one, and then after that one didn't work, I was gonna. So I just, I just said, you know what, I'm gonna write a review, and I told him, and I told him, I didn't threaten him. I told him, this is the second one you sent me, and then you saying that, oh, you don't know what you're doing. Okay, you know what? Now I'm gonna let the public decide. So when I posted a video, that's it. His sales went down. I noticed it when I went to his eBay page. It was stuck at that number. The ones that got sold, they got stuck at that number. He sold, I think he sold like 50 at the time. It never went up again, the numbers. And then eventually he had to revise it. He fixed. He's selling another one, but I think it's so yeah. So I know I heard him. I know I heard his bottom line. Because you know what? He didn't want to play nice with me. I said, listen, you know what? You need to fix this because I bought this to make a review. And if this is not working right, guess what the review is gonna be? It's not gonna be good. So you need to step up and fix it. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, okay, all right, okay. I gave you a chance. I gave you 2 chances. You know what? That's it. So I went out. I went on with the video, and I posted a video, and I went on a rant on that video. I think that was the first video that I cursed. My video was clean until my videos were clean until that video. When I put that video, I even put the parental advice, explicit language. Oh, this one, but you're not gonna. This SDR. This is old. This is already, this is RTL SDR with Orange Pi computer. I was gonna use this to for web SDR. I was gonna use this to share with the internet, but this is a piece of junk. Waste of money. He's an eBay seller. He's a Japanese guy. Don't this one. Avoid this one. And then Jules got the ephedry. The ephedry is pretty good. That's the one he was using before he got the RSP1A. He was using the ephedry for a year or so. That one had networking features too. So that one I see a lot on those websites. WebSDR, I still see the ephedry. I think he's from Germany, the ephedry maker. So that one is the one that people recommend, the ephedry. But now, of course, now it's Kiwi SDR. I guess they set the standard now. If you want to do an online web SDR, I think Kiwi SDR is the way to go because they fixed all the issues. They put it all in one board, and it seems to work the best. But this was before Kiwi SDR. This is like ancient history. This is like 5 years old now. 5 or 6 years old. I think my channel was about almost 2 years old when I bought this. So it's about 4 or 5 years old. So, but yeah, definitely don't buy this one. If you see this one, run. Avoid this. And then I wound up buying this one. And then this one was same price, $99. And 1 year later, this came down to $99, and I bought this one. And this one I was very happy. I'm still happy with this one. RSP1A, $99. That's the one you can buy. $99 if you want to get into the SDRPlay. Yeah, so let me go back up here. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Occasionally, Keegan DX, occasionally I'll be up all night during Tropo. Okay, hold on. Occasionally I will be up all night during Tropo opening. Okay. Very rarely. Okay. Remember DX, I used to have my ELAD on a timer for the skip season when I was not at home. I know because you got the record feature. I know that was one of the first software that had the record feature, the ELAD. Their software had the record feature. Now every SDR software is like a requirement now. Now SDR console has a record feature. SDR Sharp has a record feature now. I didn't know that until Lloyd pointed it out to me. SDR Sharp. SDR Plus, the one I just showed you, that one has a record feature too. So Keegan, even if you don't buy this one, say you don't buy this one, but you buy This one, you can use SDR plus plus. It has a record feature for this one. I wish I would have had that back years ago when I was just using this one. I could have been recording my catches with this one. Yeah, some of them have a timer. I think most of them have a timer now. So you can do scheduled recordings too. Yeah, I think all of them have rescheduled timing. Some of them are a little more convoluted. You know, you have to go through. I know that some of them I like SDR Uno now. They made it simple. They made it simple SDR Uno now. But before that wasn't the case. Before it was the same thing, it was convoluted type thing. Now it's easy. So they're getting better. They're getting easier to record. So it records it as a WAV file in SDR Uno. It records it as a WAV file. Then you open it, and then when you have the whole band spread, you can tune it like if it's live. Now, in FM, when you do FM, you're not going to be able to do the whole band because it's so big. I know it's going to be like 2 megahertz. For me, on this one, it's 2 megahertz. So 2 megahertz on FM, that's only what, like 2 stations, maybe 3. You could probably squeeze in 3 stations. It's going to be at least 2 to 3 stations section. That's it on FM. Now, of course, AM is going to cover the whole band. So just keep that in mind when you're doing FM. You're not going to do the whole band. It's not going to do 88 point whatever it starts at to 107. It's not going to do that whole thing. It's too big. That will be too much. He's only going to do like 2 megahertz. I think SDR Uno, not SDR Uno. I think SDR console, was it the one that Lloyd said? Yeah, I think because he has the ELAT. He has one. Because Lloyd said that. He said that only one. I think it was the ELAT or the Perseus. He's one of the high end ones that you could do the whole band. But the problem is, it's going to be huge. The file is going to be humongous. We're talking about like, a lot. Because I recorded FM on only 2 megahertz space with this, and it was already for like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It was already 30 gigabytes, 30 gigabytes. Excuse me, for a 4-minute clip, a 4-minute recording with this SDR on FM, 2 megahertz. It was like 30 gigabytes. That's huge. So you got to have a big hard drive for FM. Even if you're doing only 2 megahertz slice, and you're gonna do it overnight, like maybe on top of the top of the hour for a few hours, that's gonna add up fast. You need some exactly. You need some, at least like you say. You need some serious terabytes. Yeah. So I think that's the one that he mentioned. And I think it was not, I don't think it was the whole band. I think it was 10 megahertz. I don't know, maybe I don't know. He said that it's not the whole band. I think it's 10 megahertz. 10 megahertz slice of the FM band, which is one, how big is the FM band if you do it could have been. So it's like, like I said, 10 meg, but that's still a lot. That's a lot. That's like 10 stations. Because you figure, but when I did it with this one, I got to, I monitored, but it was about 3. I squeezed in about 3 stations. I was on the lower part of the band. I was like the 88.5 up to 80, up to 80, 88.9, I think it was. Yeah. Yeah, no, it'll do 1 frequency at least. But I'm saying maybe you could squeeze in. I think I got like 3 frequencies right there with this one. because I was monitoring, because that's the one that you picked up from Mississippi TV radio. 80, I think it was 88.9. So I was monitoring 88.9, 89, because 88.9, right? Then 89, 89.1. All right, so I got those. 80, I got up to, I think, 89.4. So I think I got like I think it was like about 4 of them. But again, it's limited to 2 megahertz on FM. Just keep that in mind. So you can, so that's what Lloyd was saying. Yeah. Anyway, Lloyd, TV Radio 1972. His channel is DX Central. I'm gonna put the link to his channel at the end of the stream. He does FM DXing with SDRs, and he's a medium wave DXer. So I know you into that. You can check out his channel. I recommend his channel. He does a live stream every Friday night too. He's a cool guy. He knows his stuff. He's a very knowledgeable guy. So if you're into medium wave DXing, FM DXing, check out his channel. Because I'm trying to get him up to 1,000 subscribers. Right now he's at 933 or something. That man deserves 1,000 subscribers or more. He puts a lot of work into his streams. So I'll give him a shout out. Definitely go check out his channel, and yeah, go check out his channel. So he's the one that told me about that. He has videos on all that, on FMDXing with the SDR, how you set it up. All right, so let me catch up on my stream. I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm glad. See, we talking here. We're bouncing stuff about. Yeah, good to hear. That was the main thing I found most apps were missing. Yeah, they all, because I've been checking all of them, and I'm telling you, DX Central again. He's the one that pointed that out to me. He showed it. He shows you in some of his videos. If you want to do this on SDR console, here it is. Boom, 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 boom. He shows you. So I'm telling you, check out his channel too. Yeah, but you can watch it afterwards. Yeah, DX Central. I think he has around 900 and something. Yeah, I was on it last night. Me and Keegan was on the stream last night. But his videos, and he has a lot of catches. He has a lot of catches. He gets a lot of South American catches, Caribbean, Central America, Mexico, and of course U.S. stuff. So because he was the one that I was looking stuff on how to make a CAS antenna, how to make a CAS loop, and his video was the only video that he broke it down. And that's how I subscribed to his channel. I ran into his channel because of that. Because I was trying to find how to build a CAS loop. So I ran into his channel and I subscribed to his channel. And I told him, I said, you know what? You're the only person that broke down how this antenna actually works. Without, writing it on the board or some, like there's some other YouTubers that they wrote it on the board and it was kind of boring. Well, he showed it. He built it. He built it right there. And he said that, like, for example, you need the resistor. You need the 1K ohm resistor. So he used this one. 1K ohm resistor. He does all that stuff. Because he used the same antenna that I have. Similar to this one. So that's what I'm going to build. I'm going to build my CAS. But I'm waiting for all the leaves to fall. So I can build it. Yeah. So the schedule, okay, I'm going to go back up. I'm sorry. Let me go back up here. Excuse me. Matt Radio DXer. I had to buy a dedicated 6 terabyte storage drive for my S2 FM recording. On the S3, it would take, well, yeah, if you're saying it, that's the whole band. That's not even a 6 terabyte. You need like, oh my God, you would need like multiple. I mean, I don't know what's the biggest terabyte drive you can buy now. It's like 10. You would need it is insane. It would be insane to do. I wouldn't to do the whole band FM. No, first of all, it will crash. I think first of all, it will crash Windows. Just Windows, just the memory. And imagine how much memory you need. It's not gonna be no 8 gigs of RAM on your desktop. Oh yeah, you probably need like something like 64 gigs of RAM just to do recordings. It would be an insane amount, you know. Kick in the extra. The schedule recording remind me of the Hopog Win TV HVR 955Q USB TV tuner. I used from 2014 to 2015 before my Dell Inspiron 1545 laptop on my Windows 7 crashed. The laptop was fixed in early 2016. Okay. TV radio 970 can it record just one free? Yeah. One frequency you can record. Even with this one, you can record. You know that you can record one frequency, and you schedule it. You say, okay, every hour before the hour, 2 minutes before the hour until 2 minutes after the hour, record. And they record that, and they don't stop recording. They don't save it as a WAV file, and then you open that up in SDR Uno, and then you can tweak it. You know, if you need to tweak it, or and that's it. Yeah, because that's what I tried it out and it works. So I did it, but the problem is that I'm doing it without a really good FM antenna setup. I was doing it with the disco, and I still managed to catch I managed to catch a station. I forgot. I think it was from Philly, but the disco is not the best antenna for FM. For me, I found it. I was going to use the loop. I was going to use the FM loop. When I said that, I'm going to use it with that because that antenna, when I had it up there, just with the HDT1 from San Gian, I was getting Philly stations. In February. No, skip, no, just came in, boom. You know, I guess Tropo, right? Yeah, so I would just get Philly stations, boom, boom, South Jersey, all the way up here, all the way to Yonkers, New York, with that antenna alone in every day. Not even like in the middle of the like I said, February. And I didn't get to use it. That's something. Have I would have kept it the whole year? I probably would have caught. Because my Ready DX uses that one. He makes catches with that. But that's an omnidirectional too. Ideally it would be nicer to get but that's like $20. I think I paid like $19.95 for it. I bought that antenna. I think it was like under $20. It would have been $20. But I had that, by that time I had the MFJ in the roof, and I had it right underneath it, but I feel like it was I don't know, they were resonating on each other or something. So I had to put a dedicated mount on that and keep it and just use that. So I'll by next spring I'll have it set up, and I'm just gonna use that exclusively for FM DXing. I'll use that setup. Kicking the Lloyd W4 LVH on YouTube on SDS, yeah. And then TV radio, I subscribe to the Essential, but I don't. Yeah, cool, thank you. And yeah, he I'm telling you, the guy puts a lot of work on his stream. It's like production level type streaming, very professional and everything. And he's entertaining. He's a funny guy. He's a funny guy. So, I normally don't go out, telling people to join the channel. But, when I saw his subscriber count, because I subbed to his channel a month ago, and I was like 800 and so I was like, this guy should be over 1,000. And I was like, wow. So that's when I first mentioned him a few weeks ago, and I said that. And I think his views is not even 100,000. I think it was like 60,000, 50 something. I forgot what it was. It was not even 100,000 views. I'm like, I said, this guy deserves some viewers. So I mention him. I mention him whenever I can. I say, you know what, you guys go check this guy out. This guy, you know. And there's a lot of YouTubers like that. They put their work to make good channel. Unfortunately, some of them just don't get out because maybe they don't have a. And he has social media. He has a Twitter page and all that. I don't know. It's just some, I mean, but that's a very niche thing. Medium wave and FM. He just, he does that. He does talks about shortwave. He knows shortwave too. He's also a ham. Like that's why I try to keep my channel more broader. Even though it says Danny Shortwave and Radio DX, a lot of my videos are medium wave. If you count the number of videos that I uploaded, more than half of them are medium wave DX. And then I have shortwave. I have some airband. I have some scanner stuff, police stuff. FM, I don't have anything. I should have, and I'm working on that now. I'm gonna see if I have now. One day I have a playlist for FM. But yeah, so he's that's why I recommend. That's why I'm saying that uh, there's a lot of channels out there that they do streaming, and even if they don't do streaming, they have good content. I was talking to Paul earlier. I'm trying to fix one of my radios. He has good content when it comes to fixing certain radios and all that. There's a lot of good content out here. And so, it's just that I wish they all would get more, and maybe they don't want to get more, but I think some should get more, because there's too many crappy channels out there that are getting a lot more views than what I'm getting, or you're getting, or we're getting. And I'm like, how the hell this guy got 1 million views? Some stupid video that he posted, you know? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Sanjay. Give me one minute. Oh, you want to munch on that? Okay. There you go. All right. My son wanted to eat a bag of chips. I came down with a big bag of chips. He wants to ask me. I said, okay, enjoy. Yeah. Yeah. Let me go back up here. I'm sorry. Let me see. Keegan DX, or I had U.S., Canada, Mexico, Honduras, and Cuba on FM here. Okay, cool. Excuse me. TV radio 1972. I'm amazed at by DX Central medium wave catches. PJB 800 is so far my biggest catch at 2,109. I don't have a 2,000-mile catch. That's pretty cool. I think I got Puerto Rico, but it's not. I don't think I think it's close to that, but I think it was 8. No, I don't think it was 2,000. I think it was 1,800, 17. I know I got Puerto Rico from here on medium wave. I got Puerto Rico. I think it was Noti Uno. I think it was at 910. 910. It was Noti Uno, which is a new station in Puerto Rico. It's a talk station. It's in San Juan, I think. Noti Uno. It could have been no, come San Juan. Anyway, it's in Puerto Rico. But I never got anything, and that's the thing. I get catches like that. Puerto Rico, Cuba. I haven't gotten like, a couple of Mexican stations, but Central America, nothing. No, nothing like that. Or South America, but that's why I want to build my cast, because I want to point it. When I build, I'm going to try to orient it to South America. So maybe I can get like Texas, and then going into Mexico. No, not Mexico. Well, the lower part of Mexico, Central America, like Honduras, Guatemala, and maybe get to all the way to South America, like Colombia. Maybe pick up Colombia, Venezuela. I want to have it like that, point to that side. And that's what I want to build my cast. I'm going to build it, but I want to build it with the intention of that, just pointing it that way. I want to get those South American stations because of course, I know Spanish, so I can listen because I want to hear them. I want to hear those stations. I would like to get European stations, but again, it's a language thing too. If I went to Europe, I'm not gonna be able to understand most of the stuff they're saying out there unless it's Spain. But at least with South America, I can see okay, because I know this. Because one thing about Spanish, if you're not Hispanic, there's different types of accents within the Spanish language. Like I speak Spanish, but my Spanish is like broken Spanish. Some people call it New Yorican Spanish. We pronounce our R's, but some of us don't pronounce our R's. Some of us say, so they could identify that way. Okay, he's Puerto Rican. In Mexico, there's certain words that are interchangeable. Like English, like UK English and American English. There's there's some similarities, but there's a lot of like we call truck. We call a truck, right? But in the UK, they call it what? A lorry, right? Married DX, I know you're gonna answer that. I think it's called a lorry. They call a truck. Things like that can help you identify. Plus the accent. So in South America, it's like that. Like I'll know if it's a station from Peru, from Mexico, because of the accent. They have a certain accent. In Spanish, like Cuba, I know it's Cuban Spanish. It sounds more like us. Spanish in the Dominican Republic, Cuba, Spanish in the Caribbean sounds similar. Now, Spanish in Central America and South America sounds differently. You know what I'm saying? So that's how you could, So that's why I could identify more of that if I'm listening to that, and I could say, okay, this is not Caribbean Spanish. This is South America or Central America or Mexico Spanish. And there's another YouTuber. He doesn't. He's about to have 1,000 subscribers. I've been subscribed to him for years. He's a guy in South. He lives in Argentina. He does a lot of medium wave DXing too. He catches stuff all the way up here from Argentina, and I think he's using a beverage type antenna. And he was the first one that I saw that had that software, the Jaguar software with the Perseus. And I asked him, I said, "What's that software?" He told me, "No, that's Jaguar." I said, "What is that?" I said, "Is that?" He said, "No, that's only available for the Perseus." So when I looked it up, I read up on it. I said, "Oh yeah, okay." So, and I don't have a Perseus. I was like, "Too bad. That's a nice software." So, let me go down here. My farthest, the Keegan DX, my farthest is 89.1 in La Entrada, Honduras, 1,500 miles. Okay. Yeah. My farthest was me personally. My farthest, I think, was Puerto Rico. I think it was Puerto Rico. And that could have been it was bordering about 1,700, 1,800 miles. Texas is about 50 from where I'm at. It's like WOAI from Yonkers is almost 1,500 miles. It's about, yeah. So I catch WOAI every so often. I'm going out west. My furthest was, I think it was Montana. Bozeman, Montana. I forgot the station. I think it's WBOZ. I think that was over. Wow. Yeah, I think that was my longest. And I caught that with this one. And the up converter. It was this, the up converter, and the end-fed. End-fed antenna. I caught that one, but Montana. I have never caught it with this one yet. I go to show you sometimes certain conditions. Yeah, so that's as far west as I went from Yonkers, New York, Montana, with this guy and the up converter. That was Montana right here. With HD SDR software. but you could barely hear it. I barely can hear it. I was like, and I looked, I went to the stream, I went to the website, and I confirmed it, and I was like, okay, yeah, that's it. Process elimination, because it was also playing coast to coast. A lot of stations play coast to coast, it's syndicated. And I had to break it down to when I went to the coast to coast website, and it tells you all the frequencies it plays at. Okay, it plays on this frequency. That was the only frequency, and that one was in Montana. So that's how I eliminated everything. I had to go through a process of elimination. Okay, WBLC, Bozeman, Montana, on that frequency. There you go. But yeah, because I couldn't hear I had just missed the station ID, and it was fading, but I could hear it was close, and I started looking it up, and okay, this is it. Wow. I'll try it again one day, especially after I, get the CAS thing set up. Let me go. Yeah, Modified MLA says CPU and RAM usage is not high with SDR recording, just the storage. Yeah, exactly. It's a storage. You need a big, And this laptop, I only have a 500 gig SSD. That's it. That's all I have in this laptop. So I can, I would need something dedicated, box to that, and I would need like big storage. Because after FMDXing, you need a lot of more storage because SDR Uno count. It tells you the count right there. It tells you how much gigabytes it's taking up. It tells you right there. It counts it right there. And I'm like, what? 30 gigabytes already? And I'm only recording like for 2 minutes. It was like 3 minutes long, the video going in. And I'm waiting for the station ID. And because I was I was just testing it. And I saw 30 gigabytes. I'm like, what? That's insane. So Honduras was April 15, 2020. Okay. The closest I got to Philadelphia was 90.9 WHYY repeater and 90.3 WNJZ Cape May Courthouse in New Jersey, 1086. Okay. Married DXer during E-Skip season, DXers with Yagis missed out on getting the Azores, which is very wanted catch, and I got in with the Omni antenna. That goes to show that Yagis are not. No, they're not. Exactly. I know because they get bashed a lot. Like even on TV, I know Antenna Man always mentions that. Like you get if you use a Yagi, the problem is you see, I live in New York. I don't live in New York. I live in Yonkers. New York City is this way, but there's a lot of TV around me. Not only New York City, New Jersey has a lot of TV stations. Connecticut has a lot of TV stations. Right up here, I go to Poughkeepsie, Albany. This TV station. If I get a Yagi, I know I know on the back end they could reflect. Yeah, I'll get more. I'll get these locked in, but I feel like I'm gonna miss it on those unless I have to do more than one. It goes back to the whole one here, one there, one there. I'm trying to eliminate that. That's why Omni is better for me, and that's what I have up there. I have a couple of Omnis up there, but I'm gonna try the other way because I heard that even if you get a better Yagi, a bigger one, even on the back end, they get more. The reflection on the back end still is better than a Omni, from what Antenna Man said. Because Antenna Man does all these tests, he says, but I don't know, or maybe get a bigger Omni, maybe a bigger Omni antenna. I don't know, or something. But yeah, it's a science, but it's not an exact science sometimes. But I know in my case, I'm only 15 miles away. I'm about 15 miles away from the Empire State Building. I'm not that far away from it. But I have, when you look at TV, right, they have LOS, which is line of sight. Then you have one edge, right, which is one ridge or one mountain, whatever. and it has 2 edge. I'm at 2 edge because I have this hill, then there's further, there's another hill, and there's other hill. So I'm like a 2 edge. I'm like a 2 edge type setup. So ideally for me, I'm supposed to use a Yagi if I want to watch TV in New York City, even though I'm only 15 miles away. But I have so much stuff in front of me, like trees and buildings and all this stuff. And I'm in a valley. I'm below, you know. But I'm gonna try it out. I'm gonna buy a Yagi and I'm gonna try it out and see if I can see the difference. Because I tested one, but it's the cheap one. It's the one that he doesn't recommend. It's the cheap one, the plastic one, the one that he calls a piece of junk. I had bought that, and I have that one. I have it upstairs in the closet upstairs. And when I put that one up, believe it or not, that one actually did a better job. The piece of junk antenna did a better job than the Omni. And my Omni is $100 antenna. It's the clear stream. So I'm gonna see. Or I could repurpose the clear stream and use it as an FM. You know, I read up somewhere that some of the, especially the one with the VHF thing. I can, but anyway, I'm gonna use this one. That's gonna be my, it's just, And let me go down here. Keegan DX, sir. I have recordings on TV, DX, FM, DX, medium wave, shortwave on my radio, on my YouTube channel. Yeah, go check out his channel. Mostly FM DX. Paul, VT Radio. My dad, W2, excuse me, W2 QBN/SK grew up near you in Mount Vernon, license 1949. Okay, Mount Vernon. Yeah, that's the neighboring city. Because this is Lower Westchester County. On the west side of Westchester County is Yonkers, New York. On the, actually, no, it's Mount Vernon is in the middle. And then on the west side of Westchester County is New Rochelle, the city of New Rochelle. So Mount Vernon is in the middle. Yeah, Mount Vernon. Mount Vernon is right there. Elmer Time. Oh, what's up, Elmer Time? Yeah, I'm going down the reading now. All hail the Chicago White Sox, AD7LN checking in. And thank you for stopping by, Elmer Time. I hope you're doing well. Keegan DXer Ryan Graybo received WKAQ San Juan, Puerto Rico on Channel 2 in Fort Myers. Yeah. Television, yeah. Oh, yeah, I heard of that. When I lived in Puerto Rico, I remember that. WKQ. That's how we say in Spanish. WKQ. Yeah, that's a TV station, Channel 2, yeah. It's still also 2008, so it's still the same call sign. Okay. And let me go down here. And okay, let me go right here. Oh, I'm scrolling a little fast here. TV radio, 1972. I think someone called WKQ or WKAQ. I say it's bad WKQ. 580, yeah, because that's a big. I think that's a syndicate. They have radio station too, from Puerto Rico in the States. I have to look that up. Yeah, but that's in San Juan. So, and that's gonna be part. If it's WQAQ, WKAQ, that's powerful. That's gonna be the that's the top stations in Puerto Rico. So those are probably gonna be like 50,000 watt or whatever, or close to that. Marity DX, so not only accents, but European style, European Spanish uses different word compared to, yeah, exactly. Like you call a car carro, which means trolley. Yep, carro. We call a car carro. Everybody call it auto or automobile. Automobile. Or what is it? Auto. Like bus. We say like in Puerto Rico we say guagua. La guagua. In some countries they say autobús. El autobús. So we call it la guagua. Oh my God. My broken Spanish. Here we go. You know what? Don't I want me here. You want to hear my Spanish? It's like broken. It's all. El autobús. Oh my God. How much I silly me? I should have learned Spanish in school and high school. I learned German instead. Never used the German language. Spanish language I could use all the time. Yeah. Yeah, because it was a few years ago. I think it was the last census, which is, yeah, 2020. It was the last census, 2020. Um, there's a prediction by 2030, Spanish speaking will be the majority in this country. I think right now it's tipping at, right now I think it's 49% of the population in the United States speaks Spanish. I think by 2030 it's going to be 51%. Or not speak Spanish, have Hispanic origin of some kind, some, like something like that. It's like, you know, yeah, something like that. I was like, okay, yeah, well, yeah, everywhere you go. I mean, wherever I travel, it's like you know, like when I went to Florida, it was just like living here. It's like when I was living in the Bronx. It was like Puerto Ricans, Dominicans. Of course, in Florida, there's a lot more Cubans too. And then, of course, Mexicans, Central America, so on. Yeah. Dwayne Trivia, hello. Danny and Keegan from Northeast Tennessee. Hello, Dwayne. Hope you're doing well. Let me go back here. Keegan Diaz, I heard Coast to Coast AM on 600 with Echo sometimes. WMTC, the Rapids, Iowa, and WREC, Memphis, Tennessee. Okay. VT Radio, Elmer, go Yanks. Yes, go Yanks. Mets, I don't know about the Mets. They play tonight, I think. They're facing elimination now. They lost to the Padres last night. The wild card game. Of course, they had the division lead and they blew it. And they got swept by the Braves last week. But anyway, I'm not a Met fan, so I'm sorry for you Met fans out there. I'm a Yankee fan. Been a Yankee fan since I was a young boy. And let's go. Yeah, you watching Tenet Man too? Yeah, I watching Tenet Man. I subscribe to Tenet Man. Yeah, he's a funny guy. Tyler. Because I watch him. Because I mean, I love TV. I try. And the thing is that when his channel wasn't around when I bought my TV antennas. Otherwise, I would have never spent all that money on the mess that I got up there. I have an array of antennas. I have a mess. I have a combiner and I have the amplifier. I could have just saved myself and bought that Yagi that he recommends, which is about $100. I would have bought that big Yagi. I probably wouldn't need an amplifier because that Yagi claims I wouldn't need an amplifier. And that's it. I would have been happy with that. And I probably would have put it on a rotator. And I would have been cool with that. Instead, I bought this antenna and I bought this antenna. And when you add it up, it's like $300. Came out to like $300. Yeah. How much time, VT? Okay, I'm not a super baseball fan, but I have fun. Okay. And yep, we know Mr. Allison. Yeah. Early White Sox history. Keegan DX, the Green Bay Packers and New York Giants are playing in the UK tomorrow morning US time. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, they're playing tomorrow in London, right? Go Packers. Yeah, I'm gonna root for the Packers more. I'm not, I mean, I like Giants are the local team because, of course, I don't like the Jets. I think the Jets are horrible, even though they're like 2-2, I think, or something. I just, again, I hope I'm wrong one day and they win a Super Bowl, but I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, yep, Giga Knicks are my dad's hometown team. And then I'm gonna go down here for a little bit. I like that. It's a new one for me. Okay. Keegan DX, or I have to listen to the game online. So I won't be able to. Well, you can. I'm gonna put the link, and I'm just this website is you can watch some TV stuff on it. I'm gonna put the link because I do use this website when I can't watch the game on TV locally. I catch them here sometimes. Let me see. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Do that. Bing, bing, bing. Let me just copy this. Here we go. Okay, sorry about that. Normally I go that window, but I popped it up here. Okay. Because they do have like sometimes like when one of us the Yankees and they get blacked out somewhere, and sometimes I go there and I'll actually see this. They have a few stations there, like the Fox. Sometimes they'll block out Fox locally, but if I go to the national Fox channel, I can see the game. And that game is going to be on Fox, right? Is it on Fox or on CBS? So anyway, you go there, because they usually have a low. They'll have two Fox. They'll have like my Fox is Fox 5 or NFL channel. It's not even on. It's not. It's on NFL. Oh, yeah, they have premium channels there, but sometimes for those you're gonna need a VPN because it tells you you're gonna need a VPN. Sometimes they work without the VPN. Sometimes they don't work without the VPN. NFL channel. I don't know if that one is open on that website right now. Or you might need a VPN. Or I use something else. And I could make a channel on that alone because there's plenty of channels on that. Do you have an Amazon Fire Stick? Or do you have I don't have a box with me right now. You have an Android box, like a TV box? You know what I'm talking about? Okay, so okay, you got Amazon Fire. Um, on YouTube, look up. Let me see what you want to look up. Um, Amazon Fire. What would you look up first? And you have a smart TV, but it has to be Android or Google. Yeah, you see, like Master Gamer. See, an Android box here. Okay, so there's apps for that. They're over YouTube. I don't want to promote them here. I'm gonna tell you what they are, and then you're gonna do the research because there's Android apps. Basically, what you're doing is first of all you gotta tell Android allow to to. Okay, let me backtrack a little bit. First of all, you gotta tell Android to allow for you to install apps from unknown sources because Google's gonna try to block that. Because Android wants you to go to the Google Play Store, right? So you gotta tell Android, no. I wanna install my apps from also unknown sources because that's the first thing. So that's kind of a jailbreak right there. Once you do that, the first program you're gonna install is called Downloader. I think it's Downloader. Is it Downloader? And then that downloader is gonna open up a browser like in Bobby's box, ONN Android box. So you have a box like mine. I have one of those boxes. It's Downloader. It's a browser, but it allows you to download files in it. So then you have to go to a website. Let me look for it right now. I'm gonna try to link it. I think it's called App Link. App Link. Yeah, but yeah, exactly. So let me see if it's applink.org. I'm gonna put the website. It's an alternate. It's in beta. Oh no, I think it's this one. But there's plenty of YouTube videos on that. As a matter of fact, there's a YouTuber. Her name is Tanya. Tanya's Fire Sticks, but it applies to Android. When you say Fire Stick, it's also Android. She has a channel that talks about all that. So there's a lot of apps that has those channels, live channels like NFL Network, MLB, all that. Um, of course, now we're getting into the realm of what. You're not paying for it, but there's streams. So like if I want to watch NFL Network, I don't have cable. I open up that app and they have it there, and I can watch it on the Fire Stick. On my Fire Stick, hook it up to my old TV. I can watch NFL Network. You know, it doesn't work all the time. It works sometimes. Sometimes yeah, IPTV. You can also have IPTV, but you don't need a subscription. Again, I'm not subscribed to no IPTV service. This is all, you know what I'm saying? This is all like, in other words, you're gonna download. I think this is the website that has. Okay, I'm gonna put the link, and then you go from there. Uh, and you can also search that on YouTube. Because when you open up app link, when you open up app link, they have a bunch of apps in there, I think, if I remember. It's like File Link, but File Link got taken down. They got taken down a while ago. So they have apps in there. They have one for just like live TV channels. They have one for like movies. They have one for like my wife watches a lot of Indian channels. But my wife, she's from Indian descent. So my wife watches a lot of Indian channels. So they have they have several apps for Indian channels. So awesome, Bobby, you know what I'm talking about. Then Bobby knows. And so yeah, when they finally had to go, so that's the replacement for filing. It's called App Linked, and there's another one, but I can't remember the other one on top of my head. But yeah, filing got taken down, so it's the same thing. App Link is the same thing. So they have the apps there. So like I have the one for All right, Elmer time. Take care. Enjoy your meal. Go hit that fridge. And thank you for stopping by. Oh, I mean, well, he said be right back. So yeah, you'll be back. Okay. Yeah, but go hit that fridge. Go. Yeah, I don't want you to go hungry. Yeah, so Bobby, yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Bobby. Bobby know what I'm talking about. So yeah, so App Link. So they got some for like they got apps that have for countries only. If you want to watch, like for example, Indian channels, or if you want to watch Chinese channels. All right, Keegan DXer. I'm gonna be on for a while longer. I'll be on. So they got one for like Asian channels. They got one for because I use that. I watch a lot of. I told you I watch a lot of foreign programming, even though I don't have a satellite dish right now up for that. I watch a lot of stuff on those apps. You know, I watch a lot of Canadian TV. Canadian TV. I watch a lot of Canadian TV. I watch some. I even saw some Cuban TV. Cuban TV. Of course. So that has all that. They have movies, and so there's different apps for all of that stuff. Again, some of them work sometimes, some of them don't work. If you want to watch old programs, like old black and white movies, they have apps just for that only, for old black and white movies and so on. Classic movies. So it's just that you got to go find them. You know what I'm saying? You got to go find them, and then, that's why, you know, uh, yeah, downloader. So but with the Fire Stick, you gotta install downloader first with the Fire Stick, and then you go to App Link, and then you download that, and then once you no, once you go to App Link, you download that, then it has all those programs in there, and some of them you got to put a code. But with App Link, I don't think you have to do that code thing anymore. I think with App Link, they got rid of that. They had it with the code. Yeah, you got to put a code depending on what store. But you don't have to do that with App Link. I think you go to App Link. Once you download it, you open it. There's several of them in there. I think there's several, and you just click which one you want, and then it takes you to that store, and then you can see what he has. I think that's the way it works now. I think the code thing is gone. I know with File Link, you had to put a code. Like with Tanya had her own code. This YouTuber that had a File Link, you had to put his code. And that's the apps that he had. I know, but I don't think you have to put a code anymore. And if you do, go to Tanya or another YouTuber. Her name is Tanya. I know Tanya is Fire Sticks. She has codes. She has the codes and all that. Because I used her codes. Yeah, I had Cody a long time ago, but I don't use because you don't need Cody with this. Before you had to go to Cody and get the what they call the repo, right, on Cody, and you install. So they have repo for live stream, they have repo for movies, they have repo for this, but you don't need Cody no more. With this, I'm telling you, you don't need Cody. You go straight into the apps because each app has their own video viewer. Because that's another thing you need to download too in each of them. You got to download different video viewers. Like some of them have M Player. Some of them had there's another video player. It's a whole bunch of video players. Because some of them play ads, so you can't block the ad. You have to watch the ad. Yeah. Having Texas tea brand Fredericksburg peach tea. Okay. All right. So let me go back up here a little bit. Let me see. I think that's what we're covering. Oh, I'm already there. So be right back to you. Okay. So everybody gonna go get something to eat, which is cool. And Keegan, I can watch Fox local affiliate KFTA from Fort Smith, Arkansas to Fox 24, and a distant affiliate KOKI Tulsa, Fox 23. Sometimes they have the same game, or one has a different game from another. Okay, and of course, Bobby said he got IPTV, but we already know Bobby knows what's he talking about download. Yeah, so that. Yeah, because I that's how I remember Cody. I still have Cody on my Android box. Because my Android box is like 5 years old now. It's old. I bought that from Amazon. It was like 20. No, it was like when I bought it. Yeah, it's like 5 years old. It still works. I still use it. But it's upstairs on the TV upstairs. I use it because I have the Fire Stick on this one. And this one, this old Vizio, I have a Fire Stick. My 55 inch is a Roku. So that one is, I'm out of luck with that one. Unless I get unless I get another Fire Stick for that one. Or even Google. Elmer time, macaroni salad and 7-Up over here. Okay, man, you guys make. Well, I just ate some enchiladas before I came on. I ate a little bit of enchilada. I heated up enchiladas for me and my son. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about because I seen it when I went to Walmart. That's the Walmart one. I know. ONN is Walmart. I got my ONN box. I got my own ONN Android box about 5-6 months ago. Yeah, and those are cool. And those are good replacement for cable. You don't need to pay for cable. It's too expensive. A lot of cable TV is garbage anyway. Garbage TV. It's fake reality stuff. Drama TV. That's all it is on cable. So the Android box, yeah, those are perfect. Because like I said, my wife watches Indian programming. So she watches like soap operas, Indian soap opera. She watches her game shows and all that. It's Indian. Like me, like ZTV. What's the other one she watches? Colors TV. That's all Indian broadcasting. Hindu. Those channels alone on regular cable, they're very expensive. They have a package for South Asian. And that package alone is like expensive if you were to pay for that. So, she'll stream Indian whenever she'll watch Indian game show here. That's what she grew up. She grew up on that. For me, it's sports. Is if I want to watch a sports game that I cannot see locally, I can go there. Or if I'm watching other stuff. Yeah, it's the cheapest box you can buy. I know. The Walmart one, the ONN. Because the one that I bought, I forgot the brand that I bought. I forgot. It's upstairs. I totally forgot the brand of it. But it's the same thing. When I saw the ONN, was the same thing. It's a little black box like this big. It has an HDMI and an Ethernet, and you got a remote. and that's it. And it has an SD card. You can put SD card on it, and it's Android. It's Android, and yeah, you could put Kodi in there. Mine came with Kodi already. When I bought mine had Kodi already installed. And you know, and it had Kodi. It had already Chrome installed. So I had so that's how I use mine. When I first bought it, I was using it exclusively with Kodi. I would update Kodi, and then what happened with Kodi? They got legal issues. They had legal issues, and then everybody that was making the apps for Kodi started making apps for alone. That's what we got into, because what happened was too many people depending on Kodi, and that's it. So now you don't need that. You don't need Kodi no more. Now what you do is you go to like an app link. Before that was File Link. You will go in there and they have all the little apps. Like they even have apps for like what was the app that I saw? They have an app just for webcams. It's a webcam app. You go in there and it shows all the webcams all around the world. All around the world. Show every webcam you could think of. They got websites for that too. But of course, this was an app. And hey, what's up, MDK2? How's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so they have an app for all the webcams around the world. So you go there. I'm watching on my TV. I say, oh, let me see Times Square. Boom, boom. And they got multiple angles of Times Square. And they got like or you want to see something very obscure webcam that they have somewhere. All that thing had a lot of webcams. It had airport cams. Airport webcams. So from different airports around the world. If you're into watching planes take off and land, like I'm into that too. I watch videos on that too. I watch videos on planes taking off and landing. They're like 2 hours long. Some of them, different planes taking off and landing, and I sit there, relax, and I watch that stuff. I'm a transport geek. I could watch airplanes landing and taking off. What commercial, military? I could watch trains. I watched some with ships. This video is long, but it's so funny when they show how they went wrong. Like, you know how they launched the ship? When they christened the ship, they hit it with a wine bottle and they launched the ship. Well, some of them, they launched the ship and the water went up to the dock and it started washing away the people. People are running away from it. And those videos are funny, but there's a lot of videos like that. I'm a big, huge, like tankers. And they're celebrating to launch or battleship or something, and they launch it, and all that water comes right back into the crowd. And those videos are funny. I could sit there for hours watching all that stuff. Ship launch videos. I forgot what they call them. All right, TV Radio Next 72. Thank you for stopping by. Cool. I'm glad you enjoy. MyReadyDX, I used to watch the Concorde land when I lived in London. It's a shame that they take it, especially today, I know it was because of that one accident, I think. It was because of that one accident. Because they never had an accident until I think that was the only accident they ever had. Wow. Yeah, it's a shame that they took that Concorde down. It was a shame. And it was like, at first it was, because I remember Air France had the Concorde too. It was not only British Airways, but Air France had Concorde too. And I think, which one went out first? Was it British Airways or Air France? The last flight was Air France, right? If I remember. And of course, Russia tried to make their own supersonic jet with Aeroflot, and that didn't do too well. I remember that. Of course, everything Cold War. Russians want to top everything. You have Concorde supersonic. We're gonna make one better. And then, yeah, Aeroflop. Aeroflop, that's right. So it was Air France that had the accident. Okay, it was Air France. It wasn't, yeah, it was Air France. MDK back in Seattle at least 17 years ago. I could follow the daily 7 p.m. flight to London on British Air to see the plane itself on my apartment window. It was a 747, so it was visible for a while. Yeah, 747. Yeah, it was huge. 747. I know when when you see those things up close, it's amazing how big they are. When I joined the Air Force and I saw the first it was on display. And then I had to work on it later on. B-52 bomber. The B-52 bomber. When I saw that up close, I was like, wow. Just the engines. Because that's the engines I worked on, the B-52 bomber. I was like, wow, this is like it's a big plane. The B-52 is big. The wings, just the wingspan of the B-52 bomber. And I was like, wow. It never blows you away like that. I mean, it always blows you away, excuse me, when you look at those planes up close. And then I was in McGuire Air Force Base where they had the Air National Guard in New Jersey. Now it's called Joint Base McGuire in New Jersey. And I used to see the F-16s take off and land, and F-16 fighter jets take off and land. And I was like, wow, it's always amazing when you see those machines up front, like the subway cars. I worked on subway cars. When I went to my first train yard and I saw the subway cars right there, I was like, wow. Just the wheels. The wheels is almost as big as you. And let me go back up here. I'm sorry. Back in Seattle. Okay. Elmer time. GTPYYZ. Oh my God, you lived in London when I thought you said you lived. Okay, so it's referring to somebody in the chat. Okay. Aeroflop. Yep, Aeroflop. I'm telling you. Russian ingenuity. Copy anything American. Chinese military. Copy everything American. Sorry. I'm just gonna say it. Cause I remember growing up as a kid, I'm watching all these. I look at all these military catalogs, and I see, oh, look at the F-14. Then I open up the Russian military. Wait a minute, that looks like the same as the. This looks F-111 looks like this one. Yeah, espionage, copy. Like it's obvious. It's been, copied. Oh my God. So the same thing with the supersonic plane. I remember that. I would read the books on it, and I was like, and it was bigger. They made it. That's nothing that the Russians do. Okay. Oh, here we go, Russians. Here we go, Daddy. When they made the Concorde, right? It's a big plane, but the Russians had to make a bigger, almost twice as big. Their supersonic plane was twice as big because they want to be bigger than us Americans and Europeans. That thing couldn't even take off the ground. That thing had like 10 engines, 5 on each side. Was it something? Or 8 engines? I think it was 4 and 4. Because they had to make everything bigger. Oh my God. So yeah, Aeroflop. There you go. Aeroflop. Keegan, one of my sisters from my dad's side lives in London. Okay. And my radios, not only because of the Air France accident, but also instruments never got updated from analog. Okay. Yeah, but well, I don't know. I'm not an engineer, so I don't know. But I mean, the 747 is still around. It's been flying for a long time. And that thing has so many revisions, so many updates, right? The 747. Because they use that. It's still around there, 747. Maybe not in United States for domestic flights for passenger, but they use it a lot in cargo, like FedEx, UPS. I seen the videos. A lot of it is also cargo. They're still being used, and the 747 is pretty old now. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think it was a couple of things. I think it was. I hate to say it. It was this environmental stuff. It made too much noise. Oh my god! Especially when it took off out of JFK here in New York City. Taking out of JFK, I know people complain that it made noise. I mean, you move near an airport. What do you expect? Seriously. Oh, I could buy this house cheaper over here by the airport. It's a lot cheaper. I could buy this house. I wonder why you could buy the house a lot cheaper near the airport. You hear that? I'm not near the airport, but I hear this. Now, of course, if I'm near the airport, now if you're a fan like me, I would love it. I'd be like, okay, I put up with the jet noise. Maybe I have to sleep with something covering my ears, but I could be out there taking pictures all day, watching planes go by. You know, yeah, I think yeah, you're right. You're hitting now. See, now you're right. Yeah, high cost of fuel maybe for supersonic, but they're making other ones. They're making they're making like a hypersonic plane. I don't know. I think they were caving in on some stuff because they could have maybe it wasn't profitable. Maybe that was it. It wasn't profitable. That I could understand. It wasn't profitable. But then again, I mean, to fly when you wanted to get a ticket for the Concorde, it was very expensive because that was made for. Also, yeah, the Sonic Boom. That's a big one. Yeah, that is a big one. But they didn't do that here. When they would take off, they didn't take off at Mach 2, whatever the hell it is. Excuse me, I forgot my Mach readings. What is it? Mach 1 point whatever. Because you need to be on Mach 1. That's supersonic, right? Mach 1. So you think when they take off, they're not taking off at Mach 1. I think, like especially here in Kennedy. You take off, they're not taking off at Mach 1. You take off, then they go off the coast of Long Island. Then once they go out to the maybe to the Atlantic, then you know what? Mach 1. Bam. Then Now, of course, when you get to the other side, you throttle it down, then I don't know. I think it could have been profitability. I think they just couldn't make any money on it. Like he said, I'm already high fuel costs probably ate away at it more and all that. Okay, let me go back up here. Okay. Master player, Bobby. I heard things were going to get messed up on Europe with the higher energy prices next year. Yeah, that's the whole thing with the this conflict that's going on, which is I'm glad Ukraine is standing on their, they stand their ground. I'm glad. You know, yeah, it just goes to show you that no matter how many numbers you put up with Russia, because that's the other thing that again we're gonna go back to strength in numbers instead of technology. United States is right. United States military is what technologically advanced. In Russia, we will eliminate you by numbers. No, that's not working in Ukraine. Because we sending them what is it called? The latest thing we sending them is the MLRS, which is it's a missile system, battery system. But it's very portable, and they're having a hard time getting those, and those things are creating a lot of damage. Because in the Cold War, the Cold War thing was they thought they were going to roll into Europe with all these tanks. And oh my God, that's it. No, now the tanks are sitting ducks. Because now you got these shoulder launched missiles. They're very accurate, and they just sitting in the streets of Ukraine. They're just sitting there. Boom, boom. They're sitting targets now. See, they underestimated all that stuff. These weapons are accurate now. Gulf War I was the example. They had the smart bombs, laser guided bombs. Now they got GPS bombs. So you don't even need to, with a laser guided bomb, you needed somebody or something on the ground to point to it, like a laser pointer. And they say, okay, this is the target, this bunker, you got to point to it. And then the bomb follows the laser target, and boom. Now it's GPS. They just got to put in the coordinates, beep, 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 right there, and the GPS, boom! It's no joke now. It's no joke. It's no match. GPS is no match. It's very accurate. So they're finding out the hard way that this is not 1985. You thought you were gonna roll into this country and just no, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. They didn't learn. I'm telling you. So yeah, technology, baby. So I don't know about that fuel thing. I don't know how long that's gonna last. Let me go back over here. Sorry about that. I need to catch up a little bit here. MDK2, an Aeroflot flight to Seattle once had trouble and it kept missing the runway. It took 3 or 4 attempts to land, better than the time they crashed because the pilot let us. Oh yeah. Oh, you saw that? You watched that channel? I watched that channel. I forgot the guy's name. He does a simulation, right? He does a simulation of all those air crashes. I think he's a Microsoft Flight Simulator. So there was this one, and I think that's what you're talking about, MDK. Now the guy took his kids to on a flight, and I guess they had an autopilot, and he put his daughter and his son to man the controls. To say, which is a big no-no. You're a professional pilot. You don't put your kid on the cockpit seat to play around with the controls. You don't do that. So they didn't know that the autopilot got disengaged or something happened. So the kid actually got to maneuver the plane. The thing got disengaged without the noting, because they didn't get the notice that it got disengaged or something like that. The autopilot. So the kid actually changed the course slightly, and then by the time they noticed it, the plane was already going one way, and they tried to correct it, and it was too late, and it hit the side of a mountain. They crashed. Everybody died because this Russian guy with his kids, he put his kids to man the cockpit. Oh, you're gonna be in the future pilot. No. Yeah, I think and there's a channel there's a couple of channels that do this. And I love those channels. I watch those channels all the time. The flight simulate. I forgot the guy's name. I think he's a Filipino. He's from the Philippines. I think the guy's from. He's from somewhere. I know. I think, but there's a couple of them now. But there's one that's really big that he does a real good job with those videos. Excuse me. King and DX, I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. MDK2. Only one time I flew on a 747 when I was on United from Chicago to Seattle. Okay. Yeah, I was on a 747 but I couldn't remember. I was like 3 years old when the last time I was on 747 flying. All the other airlines I remember was smaller ones. My next one I think was an L1011, which is a 3-engine, which is no longer flying now. That was an airline called Eastern Airlines when I flew from New York to Puerto Rico, San Juan. Eastern Airlines, and they've been out of business for a long time now. When I came to America from Puerto Rico when I was a baby, that was Pan Am. I came on a Pan Am. Pan Am Airlines or Airways, and I think that was a 707. 1969. No, 1970. I was 3.5 already. 1970. I when my mom left Puerto Rico, with all of us to start a new life here. It was a Pan Am, and of course, during the military, I was flying a lot United, a lot of Delta. Um, I never flew on those budget ones like Spirit. I never flew on those. I always flew on something American. I flew on American Airlines a few times. Different American Airlines. I never flew on a budget airline, like Spirit. There's a couple of budget airlines now. I never flew on those. And then when I went to Las Vegas in 2008, I flew on Delta. That was Delta. That was a nice flight. New York to McCarran. Is it McCarran? McCarran Airport in Las Vegas. Las Vegas, Nevada. It was a nice flight. Las Vegas. I have fun there, man. I love Las Vegas. I would love to live out there too, but I don't know about now with all the water shortage. And go down Sonic Boom. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think the Sonic Boom was a big problem. MDK2, it was really expensive from what I heard. Michael Jackson like flying it from what I recall. The other thing is the internet. Teleconferencing. Like for example, right now we're online, all right? This is a webcam right now. Back in the 80s, you had to do business and whether you're a businessman in United States, you had to go to Europe. You had to fly there. That's it. There was no virtual conference meeting and all. I think that killed it too. I think virtual conference killed that aspect of the airline. The business telecommuting killed the business jet. Because now what happened with COVID was the last straw. That would have been the last straw anyway for a lot of this because telecommuting now, of course, you got Zoom, remote learning, remote conferencing. I mean, that was around for a long time, but it really exploded 2020, COVID. It really exploded. So they wouldn't have survived all that anyway. Because now you still got people working. They don't want to go back to the office. They still want to work at home. They want to telecommute. They want to do all these things. So I think that was the other thing. Because the Conco was tailored to supposedly for business, for executives, also celebrities, celebrities. But now a lot of these celebrities got their own jets. A lot of celebrities got their own planes now. So I think that also killed that. And you got private companies. I know there's an app called Badge. I seen a commercial on CNBC. I could rent a private jet. If I want to fly somewhere privately, I could rent a private jet. I don't know how much it's going to cost me. I don't know but there's apps that I could just say, you know what, I want to fly private on a private jet. If there's space available sometimes or whatever's available, I could be on a private jet. And there's an app called Badge, and you could just, look up there and because the guy from one of the guys from Shark Tank, he promotes that app. He said he uses it all the time. So it's private business jet. It's like the Lyft of business jets. So if I want to fly somewhere and I want to go private, I can hire that, and I could be on a business jet instead of waiting online with all the other coming folks. I gotta fly business style. I could be on a Learjet somewhere. Yeah. Well, I don't have the money for that, but anyway. Elmer time. I'm in a flight path for PDX. They travel east above the Columbia River to land from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. It's nonstop air traffic. Okay. Yeah. Of course, over here, Yonkers, the approach and departure route for LaGuardia. So I get air traffic here all the time. I could one day I'm gonna be on the roof with a video camera with my DSLR because I got to put the one with the 300 millimeters, and I'm gonna make a video just catching stuff from my roof. It's, everything, military, small propeller planes, prop planes, helicopters, of course, all types of jets. I'm gonna do it one day. I'm gonna sit up there. Probably gonna be in the spring, nice weather. I'll just sit up there with a beach chair. Maybe put my scanner radio on, and I'll play that in the background and make a video. That's a good idea. I might try that. Oh, that sounds interesting. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Another project. You see, you guys put that in my you Elmer with the 10 a.m. 10 p.m. I'm gonna be up there like that, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. When I don't know about 10 p.m. Maybe at least till sunset. Right before sunset, I'll stop. Master player in radio, television, plus gaming. Bobby, it may have an effect on in European radio transmission than in every. Okay, yeah. My radio DX, or let me go back over here. Okay, I'll go back over. Oh, I think even if the Air France never happened, Concord would have been taken off service. Yeah, because it cost. I figure it had to be maybe profitability or something. MDK2, the Russian military has so many problems beyond technology, relying on numbers. I heard they don't exactly have the non-com leaders with the authority to act independently. Yeah, I think that's also another reason they don't have their leader. I think it's that I think they're not even trained to think on their feet. I think they have to it's just a rigid chain of command and that's it. Yep, I agree, my ready. Yes, I feel sorry for the conscripts being sent to Ukraine. There'll be and a lot of people are leaving from what their reports are. There's a mass exodus out of Russia, especially young men from certain age. They're leaving. They don't want to get drafted. They don't want to get because there's an obligation. They don't want to sign up for that. They don't believe in that. They don't believe in, and rightfully so. They don't believe in that. You know. I mean, how is that 20? Well, it's gonna be 30. It's like 30 years plus. They were your fellow citizens. It was all one big Soviet republic, right? They were your citizens. They were fellow citizens. They were your comrades. Now they're sending you to, kill them. You know. And what do you think happened during that time before that? A lot of them have relationships. Relatives. Yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy. Yeah, yeah, Elmer time. I agree. I support them too. So I support Ukraine. I have Ukrainian made radio test equipment, rig expert analyzers. Okay. Master gamer, radio and television plus gaming. What is the joy of running a Part 15 AM or FM transmission? I sometimes I struggle with that question, but I think it's just the fact that you can do it. You know, it's not even about how far you can go with it. Well, that too. There's some people that they see how far they can go with it legally, complying with the Part 15. And there's some people that just don't care about the Part 15. They just want to see, they're pirate. When you go beyond Part 15, you're a pirate. You're officially a pirate. Arr. But if you have Part 15, then some people they try to I don't want to say circumvent it because originally what the radio was made for, what the FM transmitter was made for, all the AM transmitter, they were made for churches, for realtors. Like when you drive up to the nearby the neighborhood, you will hear the announcement on the radio that you know. So I think it's just because it's there and you can do it. And you remember there's some countries out there that you cannot even do any of this. It's totally illegal. The fact that you can even do that is good, but it's cool. It's cool in a way. I think it was cooler back in the day because, like, because now we have internet radio, of course. I know you have internet radio station, and that's cool. I thought about doing internet radio station. You know, you know what I'm saying? Because what I'm doing now, live stream, it's like a radio show. If I could read, I could just use the audio for this and put it on Spotify, and I have a podcast. You know what I'm saying? But to each his own. I have an AM transmitter. I If I'm gonna do it, I want to do an AM transmitter because I think it has the potential to get out further. Because of AM. Like somebody can probably say one day, "Oh, I caught Danny's radio show from Florida." Like a DX type thing. On FM, of course, it will have to happen through E-skip or something. But on AM, I think the potential is there to you have more. I think you're more in control of maybe at least if I can get out to like and depends on your location. Like right now, I'm in the middle of Yonkers, so I'm not gonna get out too far. You know, so I'll do it. I might do it just as, think if I can get out maybe like one day. If when I do that, I'm gonna walk all the way to the a couple of miles away to the waterfront by the Hudson, and I'm gonna put the radio there and see if I can hear myself, hear the station. When I make the station, I haven't done it yet, but I think I'm gonna set one up with a Raspberry Pi. That's the route I'm gonna go with because it's very low power computer. Um, it's not gonna impact my utility bill. I'm gonna have like a playlist of um audio stuff that I have, like motivational stuff, things like speech stuff. But I gotta make sure and I gotta check them because I don't want no copyright issues. And my own recording. I'm gonna record stuff. I'm gonna do monologues. I'm gonna do a different monologue. I'm gonna talk about certain things. I'm gonna have that, and I'm gonna have that play over and over on a playlist. And some music. I don't want it to be because a lot of people have music, all music. I want mine to be more like, okay, I want to listen to this guy talk. Like a talk show. But it's gonna be a monologue because I'm not gonna it's not like I'm gonna have people call in on it. So it's more of a monologue thing for me. And then, just as, something to put out there. But I'm gonna do it legally. I don't want to do no. I'm not trying to put a nine break the rules. No, I'm not doing that. But and that's like you have the internet thing. I would do that too. I would do the internet thing, but I would have that radio thing just for local. But that's just me. You know. MDK2. No, actually, in Russia in 1994, a few months after the crash, it was actually in English newspapers there, and they had just finished investigating the cause. Okay. MDK2 Bobby, I think Christmas display are coordinated to music to play. Yeah, they do that too. They play yeah, because Part 15 transmitters, again, you could have a whole bunch of radios around the store tuned on a certain frequency, and they'll play that rather than you got to hook up the radio with each input wire or whatever. You understand? With this, you could broadcast it. That makes sense, MDK. That's perfectly correct. That's another way. Yeah, you could just broadcast something, you know, in a like an example, Christmas display, like in a store or an event, you know. Okay, so and he agrees. I see you. Okay, and Keegan, you're back. And let me go over here. And yep, you have part 15 AM and FM. Okay, and GTP YYZ, I am a 20-watt FM pirate then. Okay. And that's fine. Yeah, hey, I'm not judging anybody, you know. I'm just saying, I don't want to deal with that. I want to try it this way with the, talking house. Because I was watching a video. As a matter of fact, it was like the night before. It was the night before. There's this one guy that he modified his talking house to get better modulation, I guess, for the audio to sound better, because the audio coming out of the talking house is not the best audio. So he did some mods on his. He even put the tuning thing up here. You know how it auto tunes his frequency? But he did his that you could tune it up here, and but I'm not going through all that. I just want to get it out there, and that's it. I'm more interested in doing that, like a simulcast, doing that, but also having it on the internet. I'm looking into doing a podcast of that, and also an internet radio station. And I was gonna do one years ago, internet radio station. I remember there was a time that they were trying to not shut it down, but they were trying like to especially when you play music. They were trying to collect royalties from internet radio stations. It was ridiculous, and so that kind of that was this is like 10 years ago, a long time ago, maybe 15 years ago. I was looking into that, and then that thing happened where they were going to charge people and all that, and that kind of like so that kind of took away my motivation to do that at the time. You know. Let me see. Kicking the XL. So I know. So you on 760 AM and 102.3. I'm using a Talking House, AM transmitter, and C Crane for FM. I guess yeah, FM. Okay, C Crane transmitter too for FM. Okay. MDK2. When Stapleton Airport was still open in Denver, the planes will be holding panels flying around town waiting for clearance to land. That ended when DIA was open in 1995. Okay. King and the Extra. I broadcast at least 4 hours a week, 2 hours on Thursday and Saturday night. Okay, nice. Elmer time. Sometimes they fly too low. Sometimes they fly so low over the house you can read all the similar. Yeah, I know that happens here. Sometimes we're here in my backyard. Sometimes they fly real low. You can see all the detail. And I was like, wow, look at that. That's when I wish I had my cameras ready. I could have got a nice picture. Sometimes because I'll be like, wow, that one is really low. What is going on? I'm thinking I'm about to witness a crash. And Keegan DX, I simulcast on Milwaukee NPR station, WUWM 89.7 via their website for music variety show, which airs live on Thursdays from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Repeat Saturday from 9 p.m. to 11. Okay. It's all right. It's only music. That's the name of the okay. And then he put the link. Okay. MDK2 flying into Chicago Midway is fun. You wonder if the landing gear is going to clip the treetop or chimney before. Yeah. Like the airport in what is it? What's that airport that when they take all the people blow into the sand and the beach? St. Martin's, right? St. Martin's is in St. Martin, the island of St. Martin. The airport, like the end of the runway, when they landing, people at the beach and they landing, you see them right there. They can see them. They can like literally touch the landing gear. And the plane's whoosh right over the head and it lands right there, right over the fence. It lands. But then when they take off, they use the runway when they taxi, and then the end of the plane is right there, right by the fence, and the exhaust. It's like a wind, all that wind, all that. You see people blowing and falling all over the place, especially like a 747 with those big engines. Yeah, I watch those videos and I'd be laughing. I mean, oh my god, look at this. But it'd be cool to like if I ever go to St. Martin's, I want to go to that spot. I want to do videos there. I want to do a video of takeoff and landing right there and hold on to the fence. And let me see where I'm at now. Yeah. PNDX, previously I also carry NPR News and BBC News and CBC News show. I may do that. I may redo rebroadcast. But I really wanna have my own stuff. Only because I know you've been doing it for a long time. I just don't want to deal with them copyright at all. And plus I really want my own, I don't know, like I said, monologue. I want my own stuff to be out there. Plus I could self-promote some things. I can say, oh, I also have this channel you can check out if you want to for this type of stuff, and I can talk about other stuff, um, that type of thing. You know, I want to be more. My nose is itching now. What the hell? And yeah, and that was before I reduced my Ready DX. Those low FM TX will also used to driving the cameras. I think. Okay, and let me go up here. I'm almost there. Okay, Keegan DX sir, it says now I'm only broadcasting at night. I consider moving to off 670 to a lower high frequency to avoid interference with WSCR Chicago, which comes in at night. Yeah, for me, I will have to pick something higher. I'm looking at 1620 because there's nothing nowhere near here. 1620. The only thing I picked up at 1620 here is Cuba, and there's a small. It's up there by the Hastings and the Hamptons. What's it called? Hastings on the Hudson is WKOK. It's like as a town all the way up there, and they have a little public thing that they play. It says so. It's not meant to come all the way down here anyway. So if the fact I hear it because that's a DX. It's very low power. I think it's only 10 watts, and it makes it all the way here, and that's about 50 miles away. Hastings and the Hudson. I think it's about 40 miles away or something. Yeah, so it makes it all the way. Yeah. Oh, okay. MDK2. Take care. Dinner bell is ringing, so I have to go. 73. All right. So take care, MDK2. Thank you for stopping by. Enjoy your meal. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, and have a great week. Yeah. So maybe 560. Okay. KT KWTO Missouri. Okay. And let me scroll up down here. And there we go. Okay, so 1620 here is WTAW, College Station, Texas. Yeah, so 1620 is going to be probably the one that I'm going to probably. That seems to be the one that there's nothing going on over here. And I know 1610 we have. Well, 1610 maybe that too because 1610 is Toronto at night. Is CHHA. It's a multilingual. At night they play Spanish. I think during the day they have different languages, something like that. So it's gonna be. I know it's gonna be above 1620. Because I can forget about 530. There's two stations there. Well, they're not from around here. I mean, part 15. Yeah, I could probably do 530, but who's gonna go down the way to 530? I think 1620 is okay. There were some radios because there's some older radios that don't even go to past that. Because over here they do promote that Keegan. The 16, I think 16 they have because there's a whole bunch of again, I mentioned this on last night on this guy's chat. I'm gonna mention it here. Go to World Radio Map. That I'm gonna put the link. This is a very interesting site. For example, when I was gonna go to Florida, the first time I was gonna go to the Orlando area, World Radio Map, I could put Orlando and I could see what stations are, what stations are in FM there, AM or medium wave, and what weather band they have there. Or in Europe, what DAB stations they play for that city. And you can see the ones that are open. What sometimes they'll have those like grayed out a little bit when they pick up on those stations. So if you do one for New York City, you'll see what stations that are not open. Excuse me, that are open, and that's what I use. Something like that. World Radio Map. So if I go to World Radio Map, I'm gonna put the link in a minute. Let me just go up here and copy the link. I'm gonna put it there. All these links I'm gonna put in the description and the end of the stream because I love this website. Sometimes I want to. Sometimes like last night they were talking about Colombia, Radio Nacional Colombia, but what city in Colombia was on? So here you have like a few cities in Colombia, like especially the capital of Colombia, and they'll tell you what stations are playing there on FM, AM, and whatever other station. So World Radio Map. Let me paste it there. It's very nice. It has a graphical thing that you can see here, and you click on whatever city, and that city it'll tell you the whole AM lineup, the FM lineup, and if it's in the United States, it's NOAA. If it's in Canada, it's Environment Canada. In Europe, they don't have weather, so it has DAB stations. What DAB stations you can pick up if you travel to that city. So in my case, I'm gonna put New York. Let me go here because the map is right there. So you can drag and drop the map, or you can click on list of cities above. So I just go to big. New York is right here, big, highlighted, big. I just click on that. Of course, now they put this big ass ad. Sorry, I should say big ass ad. Big derriere ad. All right, I'm gonna get in trouble now. I don't want to be known as a misogynist. Anyway, the big ad. That big ad. Big AD. So in my case, he says radio stations in New York, New York. So it starts with 87.9. It's a local college there in Manhattan. So 87.9 is a local college. 88.1 is another college. And then there is no 88.2. So I could use 88.2. You see what I'm saying? So whatever town you're in, go to World Radio Map and it'll tell you all the ones that you pick out the ones that are open. You can see it. Because it's telling you right here in New York. This is for New York City, New York. So 88.2, there's nothing there. 88.3, I have two stations. I have WBGO, and I have HD2 station at 88.3, the Jazzby, I guess it's called. And then there is no 88.4, no 88.5, no 88.6. The next station is 88.7. That is WRHU in Hofstra University. So you could use this to locate your areas where it's open, right? So when I do the FMDX, I'm probably gonna use 88.2, leave it there. I'm gonna monitor 88.2. Or if I want to go further down, anyway, the rest of the dials right here, 88. See, it gets crowded after 90. It gets really crowded for New York City. 89.1. Yeah, 89.1 is crowded. 89. See, there's no 89.2. So 89.2. 89.3 is open. 89.4 is open. 89.5 is EWTN, excuse me, Catholic Radio. It's coming from Seton Hall University. WSOU. 89.6 is open, 89.7, 89.8. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm getting at? So in your case, what let me see. Yeah. So that's how you do that. You know, you can look through. And then AM, of course, same thing. 5:30. AM is forget it's ridiculous. AM is really crowded. AM 5:30 is in New York City, 5:30 is gone. I can't no way. 5:40 is gone. 5:50, 5:60, maybe, but it's too low. I don't want to broadcast at 5:60. 5:70 is the mission. 5:80 is, is even though it's not here in New York City, but I got a few stations on 5:80. So you see, it gets pretty crowded for New York, especially in what they call well, Lloyd calls the graveyard. The graveyard, I think the graveyard is from 1200, 1300, all the way up to the top of there's a lot of low power stations there, so you got a lot of so my choice is gonna be 1620. Although again, there's a few 1620. The Hastings on the Hudson is there. There's another one called Malvern Radio. I mean, I could try 15. See, 1530 is DX. 1540 is DX. 1550 is DX. 1560 is Family Radio here in New York. It's pretty crowded. New York, if you live near New York City, the bands are crowded. They're very crowded. Even 1700, look, there's WRCR, and then there's an airport radio in Westchester County, right here, the Westchester Airport broadcast. I never picked them up though, because I guess WRCR, takes overpowers them. But there's HPN Radio, HPN Airport Radio, Westchester, White Plains, Westchester County Airport, which is not far. That's probably like 5 miles, 5 to 6, 7 miles, maybe. 1710 is from the Bronx. Is a Radio Celestial. That's 1710 normally. But I don't pick up that one. I pick up WQFG 689 out of New Jersey. There's also a NOAA radio on 1710 here in the New York area, 1710. But I never picked that one up either. I only pick up Hudson County Radio, WQFG 689, and people DX that station all the way from Florida. They heard that station. I know the guy from Michigan, the DXer from Michigan heard that station. It's a low power station. I think it's 10 watts. I think they bumped it. Right now it's running at 100 watts. They bumped it up. They gave them special permission because of the COVID. So when you hear that stage, you're gonna hear a lot about vaccination. I have you've seen my video on it. I posted it last month. I have a video on that one, that station. It's a lot of COVID information about vaccination stuff. So they bumped it up to 100 watts. Normally it's 10 watts, that station. So the guy from Michigan, DX, with the Perseus, he caught, Perseus? He caught that station a few times. Normally there's pirates on 1710 too. There's a lot of pirates in the station. But anyway, World Radio Map is a good site that I would check out for especially FMDX if you want to find an open, because I tried Radio Locator and Radio Locator. The problem with Radio Locator also, it has a certain limit. If you do too many searches, that's it. I think you're limited to 10 searches for free on Radio Locator. Then they want you to do a premium service. So for the rest of the day, you cannot do the search. I like Radio Locator, but I wish they wouldn't do that. I wish they would keep it free. And they have a thing there you can find open FM. But I think this is the better way because it's free. And you can see the list. You can see both on AM, FM, and in this case, let me see. Do they have the NOAA? This one doesn't have NOAA right now. Let me see. What is my NOAA station in this area? Oh, no, it doesn't have it. Like for example, let me pick a city. I saw one the other day. Yeah, the coverage master is good. Yeah, I use it for the coverage master. Like for example, let me pick see if I pick London, for example. Or better yet, I'm gonna pick Oxford. You know, like Oxford shortwave. I'm gonna pick what he normally listens. So if I go to England on the map, I wish I had the graphical things I could show you. But anyway, you can follow along. If I click on Oxford, it's a little spot in there. If I click on Oxford, let me load the lineup for his. See in Oxford, England, you got FM, you got 88.3, BBC, everything's BBC. Wow, a lot of BBC. Classic FM, Heart in London, Heart Radio. And DAB, they have all of this. See, we don't have DAB. So look what they have in DAB. 211.648. They have all these stations, right? Jack FM, they have all the stations. 216.928, they have all the, we don't have DAB. I wish we had DAB here. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 DAB stations in Oxford, England. And then longwave, we don't have longwave. They have 3 stations that can hear on longwave. Of course, BBC Radio 4, RTE Radio on 252, and 162. They can hear this one in France. I don't know if it's open. I'm sure my radio can tell you about that. And then medium wave. See, the thing about Oxford, he doesn't have much medium wave stations in Oxford, England. Look, if you go to his, you can see. So 693, they have BBC Radio 5. So they have 1, 2. So they have 7 stations on medium wave. And that's it. Has to be a lot more. So you're probably getting those that are not listed, like a DX. Like a DX. You in radio? Did you go to World Radio Map and looked at it? Because it's only showing 4. 4 frequencies. It's not station, excuse me. Because DAB is 1 station. DAB is 1 frequency, but it has a lot of. Yeah, go to World Radio Map and go to England and go to I put Oxford. I went into his city, Oxford. So look, his medium wave is only 7 medium wave stations. That's it. My bad. I wish I had only 7 medium. I could pick up a lot of other stuff. My bad. If you put New York, that's what I listen to every day. When you put New York, when you get around to that one, it's crowded. It's ridiculous. And so Oxford, England, on medium wave, you have 693, 909. That's BBC. Talk Sport is 1053 and 1089. 1197 is Absolute Radio. 1215 is Absolute Radio, and 1458 is Leica Radio, and that's it. That's all they have in Oxford, England. 7 medium wave stations. If I had 7 medium wave stations, that means everything else is open. And we have a bunch in New York City. We have a bunch that are 50,000 watts. So I think it's more challenging for me to pick up what he picks up. But where he's at, he could pick up more easily this way. because it only has 7 medium wave stations. You know, and because I look at all of these. I'm going to show you another one. They only have 3 medium wave stations. That's it. South Africa. South Africa. Cape Town. I went to, let me see. I'm going to show you Cape Town. Well, I can't show you. I wish I could show you. But I'm going to go down to South Africa. Let me go to list. I'll go to list of cities. Okay, this. Now they put ads on this thing. They didn't have ads before. Let me see. Africa. Let me go to this list of cities. List of cities. Yeah, some countries don't have no medium wave. Only like 1 or 2 stations, 3 stations. That's it. Radio in Southern Africa. Okay, let me see. Let me check. What is it? Cape Town. Cape Town, South Africa. Let me see. Let me see that lineup for radio. If I lived in Cape Town, I could DX all around the world. Oh, you think it's more accurate? Radiomap.eu. Okay, I gotta check that one out. Let me click on that one, and then I'm gonna start looking at it later. I'm gonna drag it over to this window. Okay. Oh, yours is. Oh, you have. Yeah, it's the same thing. Radio map. Well, it goes to radio. It goes to local radio map. Okay. Anyway, let me look at Cape Town for a minute. So Cape Town FM is pretty crowded. It looks a pretty crowded FM band. But when you go to medium wave on Cape Town, South Africa, you only have three medium wave stations. You have Cape Talk, 567. Cape Pulpit, 729. 828, you have Magic 828. That's it. That's the highest 3 stations on medium wave in South Africa and Cape Town. So if I lived in Cape Town, I could DX like crazy on medium wave because there's nothing else locally. You get what I'm saying? So I'm like, wow, 3 stations. That's it in South Africa, in Cape Town. 3 medium wave stations. So, over here I have a lot of stations, and a lot of them, override. That can't pick up. If I lived in a place like that, forget it. I probably got clear shot to, I don't know. Depending where I'm pointing the antenna, I clear shot to cross Atlantic, transatlantic, or clear shot the other way to Indian Ocean, to maybe Asia, and things like that. 3 medium wave stations. That's it. Cape Town. So the DAB is, let me look at the one you just let me go. What happened to that one? Oxford, okay. So you're saying this one is more accurate? Let me see this one. The one you just showed me. Okay, DAB. So one, because I call one frequency. So all these, because DAB, right? It's like HD. DAB is like HD radio. So you got 211.6. What is it? 648. So that's one frequency. 2 frequency. 3 frequency. But there's a lot of stations in one frequency. 4 frequency. So it's 4 frequencies, right? DAB. So like that, for example, 225.648, you have all the BBC, right? And then longwave, of course, it picks the ones that you can hear, Yeah. Yeah, I know. Because it says here what the thing about TV World Radio, it says what you're supposed to listen to. That's what I'm trying to say. That it picks up what you're supposed to listen to. Although we know you can listen to more. Like the New York stuff. When I was talking about New York City, it's almost crowded already. Now, what I pick up is more than that. I pick up more than that. But and that's what I'm saying. That for me to find an empty spot, completely empty, is not gonna happen. There's always gonna be a station that's a little more, you know. Medium wave, same thing. Seven stations on medium wave that he supposedly he picks up, but it's actually more than that. We know it's more than that. Well, that's what I'm saying. That my point is that his band and my band is very crowded for anything. Whether I want to do a radio station, my own radio station, or I want a DX, it's more crowded. That's my point. It's more crowded. AM and FM is just crowded. Yeah. No, it's just I'm saying that it's more the fact that it's more crowded. That's why I always say that DXing in this part, especially in the Northeast, because even Lloyd said that last night. In the Northeast, if you live out west, is you could get the bands are not as crowded. You could pick like people pick up Saskatchewan, Canada, all the way down to Mexico, more out there than here. And here in the East Coast of the United States is very crowded, especially in the Northeast. Is very, very crowded. Radio wise, is crowded. It's crowded. It's not like I can pick up anything on the West Coast. It's rare that's going to happen. Because it's just crowded. The bands are so crowded. Yeah, Keegan, you got Saskatchewan on FM and occasionally AM. Yeah, no way I can get Saskatchewan. I mean, for me to get Saskatchewan, yeah, my way to DX. The problem is that I have is the BBC regional relays are also powerful that I can get several easily, even up to the London area on FM. Okay, yeah, yeah, but we don't have DAB. I wish we had DAB. I guess over here they don't show the weather thing no more. If I go to New York, they should show the weather, but some of them don't show the weather. But that's interesting that and I saw this. I ran into this website a couple of years ago. Uh, it's interesting when you look at other cities. What other cities have for radio. That's why I use the site because of that too. I like to see what other cities have. Like when I was gonna travel to Florida, Orlando. I wanted to see what first time I went to Orlando. I want to see what they have. You know, like if I go to San Juan, Puerto Rico, right? If I click on San Juan, Puerto Rico, which I will go back one day. I'm gonna go someday. One day I'm gonna go back. FM is pretty crowded. Look, 80M.1, all the stations, they're all Puerto Rico. And then if I go, they even have weather. They even have a weather band radio in Puerto Rico. I didn't know that. 162.400 megahertz is NOAA radio. So they have a NOAA radio in Puerto Rico. And then on AM, if you go to AM medium wave, it starts at 550. Is WPAB in Ponce. And then Kaku, 580, the one that you guys mentioned earlier. Yeah, that's news. Noticia 580 is WKAQ. And then 630 is, which is the one that I picked up. I think that was the one that I picked up. I said 9 something, wasn't there? Yeah, it was this one. Yeah, it was 630. That's the one that I picked up a long time ago. Yeah, Noti Uno. So that one is 630 from Puerto Rico. Let me scroll down for a second. I want to see it. Okay, so I should be home any minute. So yeah, so 630 is the one I picked up. And then 680 740 is a station. Then there's a big gap from 740 to 800. There's no radio stations in Puerto Rico. Then 810, 840, 870, 970. So the upper band actually is crowded, more crowded. So 1660 is the one that Oxford picks up. That's the top of the Puerto Rican station. There's no 670. There's no 660 is the last one. That's the one that he picks up on like WG. You picked that one up too, right, man? Ready, Dexter? WGIT is a religious station in Puerto Rico. So that's the top station in Puerto Rico, 660. Man Ready DX, let's see. DAB indoors using a portable antenna is still rubbish here for best reception. An external antenna is needed, thankfully. My block supplies one. Yeah, because you need an antenna tune for that, right? Because that's like 200 megahertz. What is that? Yeah. It's like a DAB antenna or something. Keegan DX, when I hear an FM station from Tabasco, Mexico, I think of Tabasco brand pepper sauce. Yeah, I know. Okay, so yeah, because where you are, there's nothing near that. Yeah, 1660. Yeah, during TA condition, yes, I have that lot of stuff. Okay, so what you get on 1670 and so on? Because I know in Europe they don't have those stations on. Because I know the AM band in Europe is 16. What's the last one? 1650 or 15? Anyway, yeah, so I know you guys pick up that one a lot. And then 1620 in Puerto Rico, it's not Puerto Rico. They pick up the Virgin Islands. Okay, 1602. Okay. Yeah, 1602 for Europe. Okay. So 1620 in Puerto Rico is not even Puerto Rico, it's the Virgin Islands. Is WDHP, the Reef. It's in the US Virgin Islands. Santa Cruz. But Pirates going above 16. Okay. Oh, yeah, you got Pirates too. Yeah, you got to deal with that too. You got a lot of Pirates. So it's more prevalent in Europe than it is here. Because over here, 1600 is still a lot of radio at 1600 still. I know that guy from Michigan, he picked up Pirates on 1720. I think 1720. He picked up Pirate. I think 1720, if I remember. Also, maritime service goes above 1602, like 1650 and 1752. Okay. Yeah. All right. That's interesting. You see, all this stuff is interesting. So this is one of the websites I use. So I like the World Radio. It's interesting to see other cities, what they listen to, you know. Some of them is like, you know, that's what all they listen to and things like that. Like like if I wanted to go back, let me see. I want to go all the way up here. I'm trying to click on the map so I don't click on the city. Like if I go to Alaska and I put Anchorage, if I was living in Anchorage, Alaska, I wonder what I would pick up. So yeah, the FM band is crowded. Okay, they have an FM band that's crowded, but I want to see what medium wave does. So I'm sure they got medium. They have a lot of AM stations in Canada. I mean, what is that Canada? Excuse me. Alaska. So they have a bunch. Yeah, they have a bunch of talk stations. A lot of talk stations in Alaska. But there's a big gap from 1110, 1140 up to 1430. There's nothing. So I can imagine the DX in Alaska. You could probably pick a Japanese stations. Russian stations, right? From that side, maybe even Korean medium wave. So I like to look at this stuff. This stuff I just like to look at. Just wanted to share that with you guys. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Keegan DX 1660 here is a station from Kansas City, classically originally, later flipped to all business format in March 2012, flipped again to sports talk in September 2015. Oh, okay, cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. That because remember they only list what you're supposed to listen to. You know, so that's what they list. They list the stuff that you normally will listen to. But of course, you listen to more than that. You can hear more than that. Like same thing in New York. But what I'm saying is when you go look at the New York one, when you look at New York, you know what I'm talking about. You'll see everything's crowded. We don't even have gaps. Very little, especially on the AM side. And that's what I got to work with. You know, even the FM side, same thing. Even for FMDXing, there's not that many gaps. But AM especially, like AM, everything is crowded. Because even if it's not local, it's Boston, it's Toronto, it's all crowded. It's crowded. It's crowded. It's just crowded, all top to bottom. You know. Yeah, I know London. I know London. The majority of it has got to be London. Has to be. But yeah, Wyatt Cluis, howdy 727 Crawfordville, and welcome to the chat. How's it going? Yeah, so definitely. That's why I look at these. I like to look at these maps you know because I tried other maps because when I wanted to because I thought about doing FM transmitting and that's what they tell you to do. Find an open. So I looked into that, and then I bought the AM transmitter, and I went to Radio Locate. That was one of the first sites I went to. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Everywhere you go to, exactly. But I'm saying that I think New York is one of the few that we have too many of those. We have a lot of those. You know, I think New York and LA in the United States and Chicago too. The big cities, we have too many of those. We have a lot. New York, I think New York has to be top. We have too many. I mean, like ESPN 1050. I need to show you my SDR what I'm dealing with. I mean, something got to be wrong with their modular something. It's ridiculous. Like WABC, CBS, WABC is like this. WEPN is like this. They say 50,000 watts. I think they're not doing 50,000 watts. I think they got to be doing like 75,000 watts. I don't know. I mean, legally it's supposed to be 50,000, but it's like this. It's ridiculous. On the SDR, it's ridiculous. Because when I try to get 1040, because WEPN is on 1050. If I try to get 1040, I have to wait till like it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I have a small window of opportunity, and I have to do lower sideband. That's it. That's the only way I can even hear it. And you can still hear bop, 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 no matter what you do. Why is that station so powerful compared to the others? If they're all the same, if they're all 50,000 watts and they're all in the same area. And I think something's going on with that because it's ridiculous. Because I know the other guy, he would tell you TV Radio Net 72. He had the same issue. He said WEPN is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And you can see it on the SDR. He's like, it looks like the others are more slim and tall. WEPN is like this, like fat. On the spectrum, it's like fat. It overpowers both sides. You know? It's a Spanish sports station here in New York. So I don't. It's weird. It's just weird. It's just, we have like these little challenges. So 1040 is only I could pick up WHO from Iowa, and I had to fight that. I had to put lower sideband. I had to even lower a little bit more, and then you can hear it. Then I got the call sign. I recorded. I had the call sign. Boom. And then 1060 is obliterated. I had to struggle with that one too. 1060. I forgot what 1060 is. I think it's local. I think it's Boston or something. I forgot what it was. But it's and we have a lot of that. That's my whole point is that it's a challenge more for New York for that stuff. It's a challenge. Yes, I know. You're right. Like every state, every place you go, there's always going to be one powerhouse that you wish they could tone it. They could. Wish it wouldn't have to be that. That's the way it is. I mean, they serve their purpose too because that's the ones that people catch from other places. So they serve their purpose too. They want to get out far because I know WABC. You can get WABC from anywhere, pretty much. Anywhere in almost anywhere in this country, you can pick up WABC. And then also in Europe, WABC, and you can say 1010 wins. Yes, New York meaning where says come. Yeah, because I know you get a lot of New York stations, and plus we're near the Atlantic. We're on the coast, so that's the ones you're gonna get. That's the ones you're gonna get first. Is New York medium wave powerhouse. You're gonna get those. So I know my ready this because I know you get 1010. I know you get WCBS. I know you get WOR. Bloomberg is another big one. That's another one. That's another one that I had to struggle with. Because on 1120, I get KMOX, St. Louis. But I have to, I fight with that one too, Bloomberg. And then 1140 on the other side is WRVA out of Virginia, out of Richmond. So I get that side too. Yeah, I remember you. I remember B. I remember who you are. And thank you for stopping by. How you doing? I hope everything's doing. I hope you're okay. I hope everything's doing well. No, I know you. I remember. I met you. I met you through Oxford and my radio. I remember. So hello, Danny, sir. Usual top quality show from you, sir. You won't remember. Yeah, like I said, I remember you. Looking good, my friend. Yeah. And yeah, KMOX St. Louis here at night. I was there at WRVA in Richmond. Yep. VT Radio, Paul. I routinely pick up AM 660, 770, and 880 up here in Vermont. I was sorry to hear Bernard. Yeah, I know. Yeah, from Imus. He was a sidekick, right? Imus. I remember Imus. Yeah, Bernard McGurk. Yeah, no, I'm glad you're here, man. Long time. We haven't chatted. I know we should chat on Jill's chat, and I know you left many comments on my channel. So I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you made it to my chat, my live stream. Excuse me. I'm glad. So cool. Yeah. Yeah. See, even my Radio DX is happy to hear from you. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, so early, and like I said, I'm here. I'm because I'm streaming today because I know Jill's canceled his stream, so that's why I'm streaming for today. But I'm normally gonna be on Wednesdays, 4 p.m. Eastern, and then eventually I'm gonna pick a time for my second chat, my second live stream. It's gonna be if it's on a Saturday, it'll probably be earlier. And I came out today because, like I said, he canceled, so I wanted to, you know, fill in, so to speak, and talk some radio talk and stuff like that. If I could be on every day, I would. To be honest, if I could be on every day, but I don't want to be on every day. And then because then even because I noticed that, yeah, because I thought about I could be on every day and just do an hour, but an hour is doing well, man. Danny is incredible remembering. I know. I remember. I remember you guys. I remember. And Lee, I remember. I know Lee. Lee still has his channel. I've subscribed to his channel too. Lee. Yeah, I remember, man. I got a good memory. I'm older, but I remember. I remember I don't forget. I don't forget where I started, man. When I met you, I was brand new to. I had less than 100 subscribers. You know. I remember when I started. I remember I used to go to your chat. You guys welcome me and all that, and comment on my videos. I don't forget, man. And that's the thing. I'm grounded, man. I'm humble. I love all you guys. You guys, I tell you, without you guys, there'd be no channel. You know, you guys is what make this like the stream. I always said, yeah. I'm telling you, yeah. I remember. Oh yeah, I brought up the box loop, right? I know, man. I remember you guys because I don't forget, man. I'm telling you, I don't forget where I started. You guys, yeah, and XNA DXer. Now he's kicking DXer. I remember when I used to go to China, I used to see all you guys, and you guys, hello, what's up? And you guys always welcome me with open arms and all that. You guys gonna give me the cold shoulder. Um, and I don't want to bring up like some people, but you know what I mean. And that's why I don't forget. I don't forget. Even though, I mean, I know my channel's growing, and I don't forget. I don't forget. I don't forget. I don't forget. I never forget. Because I know B, I know you had, I know it was under a different name. And then you had B, and I know you had an active channel, and then you stopped making videos. But I remember everything, man. You know, I don't forget things like that. I don't forget you guys were kind to me, and you guys showed me support, and because I said it, just for me to do a live stream, it took a lot. It took a lot. I started with, we all start. We don't get. Nobody's bigger than nobody's better than nobody or anything. I started just like you, one subscriber. My wife, my first subscriber, I think was my wife's account. My wife's account. I got a subscriber, and then of course you guys, and then a couple of friends, you know, and then that's it. And I'm humbled. I'm humbled that when I got to 100 subscribers. It was Jills that mentioned my channel. He did a video. The video's still up. He mentioned my channel, and I went to 100 subscribers. And when you got to 100, you could rename the URL. It could be youtube.com/Danny Shortwave DX. That's it. No more channel, blah, 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 blah. So that happened with 100 subscribers. Then I got to 200, and I got to 300, you know. Yeah, the rooftop. I still do those. I'm gonna do one soon because I'm gonna take down those antennas. And yeah, I know. And my son now is, when I showed him the other day, I showed him the video when I did a loop on when I had my 102-inch CB whip up there, and I had the long 100 foot speaker wire long wire antenna. My son was like 3 years old playing with a pole. And I had a little Halloween decoration outside. I was showing him. Now my son is tall, about this tall now. He's 7 years old. He's going to turn 8. Yeah, the rooftop videos. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for the kind words. Keegan DX, part of the reason my rebrand was so my family and friends, some who are known about the DX could easily find my YouTube. Yeah, exactly. And that's what it's all about. And I took a break. I took one break because I was, my COVID. I kept messing with my voice. But I took another break because I had a little, I settled that. I had a little, I didn't go through a little burnout, but it was kind of a little burnout. There was a time that I was posting videos every 2 or 3 days, every couple of days, boom, 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 boom. And I got to 300 and something videos fast. And then I took a break and I said, I'm going to slow down because I want, it got to a point where it was not being fun. And I always said it, when the day this channel never becomes fun for me, is the day that I won't post any more stuff and I'll leave it alone. I'll walk away from it. And it's fun. I enjoy the live streams. That's the reason why I'm on for 3 hours and 30 minutes. I enjoy talking to you guys. That's the reason why I'm on. I'm not on because I have to be on. Or, I'm trying to get because I'm not monetized right now. I'm not monetized. I had monetized, but I lost it. But I'm not on because I have no. I'm on because I enjoy talking about radio and about things that we have in common. That's why I'm on. An occasional typo from fellow chat members due to autocorrect, which I call auto incorrect. Yeah. Yeah. So I enjoy the live stream. And I think the fact that it took me this long to do a live stream, I think it was appropriate. Because if I would have done it back then, I probably wouldn't enjoy it as much. Because I remember my first live stream that I did years ago. It was only for an hour. But at that time, I wasn't ready for it. I could tell. I was more nervous. And I was more conscious about certain things. And I didn't have the setup that I wanted. And I had a horrible webcam. I had the one from the laptop, the stock one. But now I'm having fun. This is fun. I'm enjoying it. This is fun. And I enjoy, sharing things with you guys. And this is why and if you can't have, at the end of the day, if you can't have fun, then why you shouldn't be doing it. It's not, the day, like I said, I'm not gonna, but right now that's not the time. I enjoy it. So that's why I came on today, because I was on Wednesday night. I went Wednesday and that's gonna be my schedule. Wednesday, 4 p.m. Eastern. UTC. Oh my god, I need my UTC clock in my head. I'm not like Jill's. He knows it's you. 4 p.m. Eastern, just 4 p.m. Eastern. And if you're a subscriber, hit the bell icon, you get notified. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, why not? It's another radio channel. Hey, another radio channel to watch. I subscribe to a lot of radio channels. Some of them are here. Paul, I subscribe to his channel. Keegan, Married to the Extra. I subscribe to everybody's channel. Elmer, I subscribe to his channel. Everybody's channel I subscribe to. And I watch, I watch this stuff. It's cool, and that's why I radio content have between radio content and I watch sometimes crypto stuff and all the other stuff that I watch. I don't watch regular TV. I don't have to. I have, there's not enough time of the day to watch all that stuff. I watch all you guys, YouTubers. That's my content. Every once in a while I watch something else, but I watch you guys. Like Keegan, you should make a video on FMDXing, how you catch FMDXing. I'm telling you right now, you will get views on that video alone. And I'm throwing it out there. I'm giving you a suggestion. You should make a video on that, on how do you catch. Because I know Tyler Bird did his own way, but you have your way. And that's what I'm saying, that, you should do stuff like that too. Catches is good. Like my videos, the videos that I make of catches, they don't get a lot of views. They get a few views. Now, if I were to make a video on how to catch that video, because you're gonna have to talk on that video or use graphics to explain, that video will get views. And that's why that's what happened to me. A lot of these videos, the videos that I do stuff on it, that I talk, I'm demonstrating or I'm pointing and I'm talking about it, all those videos get views and they get a lot more engagement, comments, and things like that. But the videos of receptions, they don't get many views. I look at my channel and I see it. The videos that I like demonstrate, they get views. So when I get this digi-rig figured out with this Yaesu radio, when I get it, I'm gonna make a video on this, and this is gonna be for the hams. That's gonna be my first ham radio related video. How to set this up with that, I'm gonna make, and that's gonna be a nice long video. I'm gonna edit it, and I'm gonna tell you right now that video is gonna get views. I bet you, because we need videos like that too. We need those videos. We need those type of videos too. Because there's a lot of people out there that like this hobby. But some people don't know how to get back into it, or they think it's too late. Oh my God, so many years since I used the radio. My radio was so much more simpler back then. Because when I got this radio, I saw all these knobs and everything. Even though it's just this radio, I was like, oh my God, I have to learn all this stuff again. But thank God YouTube had channels already. Or ham, right? Ham. Someone say ham, yeah. So yeah, I'm trying to get this digi rig. I got it working with the Yaesu and all that. I already posted a question on the Yaesu FT 818 group, and I already answered it. I got a whole bunch of answers already. When I get that thing working, because I'm still getting a timeout error and things like that. When I get that thing working 100%, try it and test it, you better believe that's going to be my first ham-related video in terms of tutorial. Coming from KD2ZZE from Yonkers, New York. Then I have my first official ham radio tutorial on something, I was hoping my first video would be making contacts, but everybody has a video like that. They make contacts. And I'll have those videos one day too. I'll make those videos in the future when I start making contacts and things like that. But when I get that whole thing set up, when I get that whole setup going, then I'll be, making contacts. And also when I build the antenna, I'm gonna make videos on that too. But this is the latest thing now, DigiRig. I tried the sound card, that didn't work. So then I thought I was gonna have to buy the Signal Link. And I didn't want to go that high because that's like $169. Then they have one called Rig Blaster, which is $200. $209 I saw Rig Blaster. So this is DigiRig. This is $59. So a couple of people told me that this works already on my Yaesu. So I'm hoping I could get this going. Then I could. Elmer time. My first contact was in the Stone Age before recording was this. Yeah. Yeah. But I'm gonna do a couple of those videos. I want to do some of those. But I really want to do more like I want to tutor and build stuff like that. Because everybody, there's a lot of people making contact videos. I want to be more like, I want to be more of a, and I also want to do a video on how to help you pass this test. I got that video ready to go. I got a script already. So I'm gonna make a video on that too. Keegan DX, how to get your tech license. I'm probably gonna do it in the next by this week or the end of next week. Um, how to go buy your tech license, because there's videos out there, but I think the way I'm gonna make it, I think it's gonna encourage a lot more people to join, and because I'm gonna make it, you know me, I like to make it very simple. Yeah, I'm gonna make that video how to get the tech license. I'm gonna break it down step by step. Like I'm gonna break it down like if you don't know nothing about how to go about it, radio. And I'm gonna recommend one book. It's gonna be one book I'm gonna recommend, and that's it. It's not gonna be the AARL handbook, whatever it is. No, you don't need that book. For tech, you don't need that book. I'm gonna break it down like what you need to know and this and that. And that's gonna be it. So stay tuned for that video. That video is gonna come out soon. I just gotta make the time for it and sit down and start breaking it down. B is it's time Clint started to get in touch with you, Danny, because Hams, who I respect and learn from. Good night, my friend. Take care, B, and thank you for stopping by. It's so good to see you. Long time no see. Oh my God, it's been a long time, and I'm glad you're doing okay. I'm glad. I'm glad by that. You can the I'll watch that. I'll watch for that, Danny. Yeah, thank you. No, I'm gonna make one. I was thinking about making one. But I want once I passed the test, and but I always thought about I'm gonna make one because I saw a couple of people made different videos, but some of the videos I think they're too technical, and it doesn't have to be that way. To get the tech license, it doesn't have to be that technical. Just because it says technical, doesn't mean you got to be technical about it. It's just I'll tell you, and I'll make them. Time I should do one on new CF4M beaconing craze that Ham are doing. Yeah, you should, Elmer. I saw your video on about the extras, about too many extras out here. And funny thing that you mentioned that, Elmer, because when I saw that video that you made about, there's a lot of people that got the extra license, but they don't know diddly from diddly, whatever. They don't have the experience. I agree with you on that. I agree with you. But also, yeah, because I'm telling you, because and I don't want to. I'm not singling up. I don't want to single out anybody, but I had questions that you know because I became a tech. I had questions about antennas, and the guy gave me his call sign and everything. I was like, okay. Oh, I thought he was a fellow. I thought he was a tech, and I asked him, what level? Because I thought he was gonna say tech. He said he's an extra, and I was like, why is this guy's an extra? Why he's asking me that question? Because I know when you by the time you get to extra, you should know certain things, especially about antennas. And he asked me the question, and I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to put down anybody or anything like that. It's not like that. I was just surprised that he would ask me. I guess because of my channel. I think that's what it is. I think because that I have a channel that I know a lot about antenna. I know some things. I'm not an expert on anything. I'm a hobbyist like you. I'm a radio hobbyist like you guys. But the fact that an extra, I was I was flattered that he asked me because you're an extra and you asking me this question. I'm like, okay, that means he respects me that much. He looks up to me to say, oh, I'm an access guy. He might know. I did answer his question, by the way. I did answer it, and I'm not an extra. I did answer his question. Oh, excuse me. I answered his question, but I started thinking about that. Like, how many extras out there that may not know certain like elementary stuff? Let's just call it that. And that's the point that you brought on that video. And I could relate to that. I was like, you know what? He's right, because it happened to me the other day. Somebody asked me this question, but then he told me it was an extra. I'm like, okay, why would you ask me that question? What did you? Shouldn't you know that by now? Like, you know what I'm saying? So that was my aha moment with Elmer when I saw his video. He mentioned that there's too many, uh, and there's some other stuff that I could get into, and I'm not gonna get into today. But I think they need to eliminate the third class. Have two classes of have maybe a technician and lump general with extra, and that's it. I don't think it should be 3 levels. I think that's ridiculous. Because I heard that the extra is even unnecessary anymore. It's just a few more. It's like a couple of more bands, and that's it. I think they should just have 2 license. I think that's what they do in Europe and some other places. It's not 3. I mean, it's not 3, 1, 2, 3. I think it's just 2. So yeah, Scott Belcher. I'm just finding this that is very cool that he actually, because I just got my tech, and he asked me, and I answered him. I answered the question, but then I asked him because I thought he was a tech too. I thought he just got his tech. He said, "No, I'm an extra," and he had it for a long time. He was like I believe it was over 10 years, no, 20 years. It was a long time he had it, and I was like, when he told me he was an extra, I was blown away. I was like, okay, wow, like you should like know this, like. And I was like, I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to, it's just that I was surprised. So my thinking was, how many people out there that had the extra, you know, maybe no less than general. So that started making me think that I think they should just lump the general and the extra, just put it as one, and then have the technician, or you want to rename it, call it something else, and that's it. Have 2 levels. Just I think 3 is ridiculous. You know, I don't know. It's just me. I don't know, because it's something like that. Making me think. Because I'm studying the general now, and a lot of the general stuff is common sense. It's still common sense. There is some technical stuff in there, but it's not a lot. It's just it's kind of more the same. So I'll pass it. I know I'm gonna pass it. Especially if I put my mind to it for like if I really study hard for like I give it two good weeks, I'll pass it. That's what I feel about it. So I haven't done that yet, and I will, and then that's it. Then I'll just take it, and then boom, I'll have the general. But I get that. I get that talk too. Some people, I think the guy from TikTok told me, and they were telling me, don't even bother with the extra. It's just another, it's a, they should just do away with that. That's the opinion I get of the extra. That they should just do away with that and just put it with the general. I think it has to do with a couple of more. That's it. Basically, it's like a couple of more frequencies, and that's it. And it's not much of a difference. Somebody said that it's more. You have to know more math. I don't know, but I don't agree with that. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's all that. I don't think so. And I'll take it. I'm gonna take it anyway. When I take the general, I'm gonna take that one anyway. So I'll know. I'll know. I'll see it. I'll see it. Okay. But I'm definitely gonna make that video on the tech, and I'm gonna show people how to pass the tech. It's gonna be basically no frills, no BS. You don't have to be a technician to pass a technician. Okay. It's just a lot of it is common sense. A lot of it is basic stuff. You know, it's gonna be basic stuff. Oh, you feel like they should be at one above the extra? Wow. Yeah, but for give a different class for that one. It shouldn't be. It should be more like a. Okay, here we go. Um, because this is for operator, right? Technician, amateur radio operator. So if you're gonna go to the extra math and all that, that's no longer being an operator. Now you're talking about engineering, this and that. So that should be a separate licensing completely. You understand what I'm saying? Like, what is the example? Because it is operator. You're supposed to you gotta know how to operate the radio, and maybe put up an antenna and tune it, and that. I don't know, cause see now, see, you, I'm not into more. I'm into more like cutting less bureaucrat and more, you know, cause this is the hobby. This is nothing. This hobby, I'm gonna. I know I'm gonna get killed. It's dying. In a way, it's dying, and I'm gonna tell you why it's dying. Cause my generation doesn't relate to radio. Now my older daughter, she relates to some radio. Because she's already 30. She's already in her 30s. So she relates a little bit of radio. Because that was when she was a child. The little radio was already, nobody listens to radio. My son's generation, they don't have no connection to radio. So if you're going to expand it more, you're going to lose out a lot more. Because remember, I think I said this before, you're going to lose a lot of people that got their tech license because they're not going to upgrade. They're going to say, okay, this is too much. Because they see that the bands are dead here. And I don't mean they're dead. I'm just saying it as a metaphor. If the bands are dead at this frequency, at the VHF, UHF, and maybe upper HF, I get 10 meters. I get 10 meters as a tech. Whoopee, you know? If they can't, if they don't see the upside, they're not gonna want to go to the next one. They're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it. Yeah, exactly. That's what it's called, the commercial one. He's like a general radio telephone license. Because I know the airline pilots got to have something like that, right? And I know. I don't think I know airline because I looked into that to be an airline pilot a long time ago. I want, what it takes to fly an airline, what a career thing. And one of them was the FCC radio and telephone license, if I remember. That's what it was called. So that is something else. So my thing is, if you're gonna go beyond extra, then that needs to be a separate category, like you know what I'm saying? Because this is for operator, radio operator, just to operate on the frequency to talk. You're gonna lose those people. You're gonna lose, especially this generation now, my son, and the generation after his generation. You're gonna lose those. You're gonna lose them. You're gonna lose them with too much. Because I'm not gonna go. I think I'm not gonna go beyond. Yeah, aircraft repairmen usually have a grow. Okay, yeah. So you really feel there should be another extra class for those that are control radio electronics? Yeah. But now you're talking about engineering. That's engineering. Like radio engineering or whatever, electronic engineering. And that's a degree. You might as well go for a degree. That's a degree. You know? Well, actually there is a higher class, but it's not amateur. Exactly, it's not amateur. Because this is amateur. General license is for amateur radio. The extra is for amateur radio. Now, when you get into something like that you're not no longer. I think at that point you're no longer. You cannot be no longer amateur radio. That's something else. That's beyond. Most people are not gonna go beyond that. A lot of people don't go beyond general. You know. And what's the privilege to talk to a couple of more bands? What 160? I mean, I don't know at the top of my head. I'm sorry, I didn't study that far. I didn't have to pass the tech. But what is it to be on 160? To rank you on 160, I gotta be an engineer, basically. I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. I'm gonna say, for me to rank you on 160, I shouldn't have to be an engineer. I shouldn't, because that's borderline. Now you're starting to get to the realm of I'm gonna study like to be an engineer. So I think they should do away with that. I think that should be lumped in with the general. Because you're not gonna have I'm telling you, I'm gonna say it, I guarantee in another 20, 30 years, unless they do something about this thing, they're not gonna have there's not gonna be that many amateur radio operators on those frequencies. It's not gonna be because we're all dying out. I'm 56. So the guys that are that extras, the ones that gave me the test, they're all in the 80s right now. They're not gonna be around in 20 years. I'm sorry to say, they're not gonna be around 20 years. And who's gonna be those guys that are coming out? No, they're gonna say people are gonna be like, nah, I'm not gonna go through all this. This is ridiculous. I'm not gonna go through all this. They're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it. I'm sorry, they're not. Yeah. So my thing is that the preservation of the hobby is, you have to change. They have to change with the times. When you operated a radio 40 years ago, is not the same as operating a radio today. Okay, it's not the same. It's not the same. You don't need to know every little aspect of that radio. You don't. Now when you got a radio with SDR and all that, you don't need to know all that stuff. You don't. Hey, Brett Wayne, what's going on? Long time no see. So that's my thing about the preservation of this hobby is that, when I go for my general, I'm gonna be satisfied with that. I don't want to talk on 160. I got to go through all this to talk on 160. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna go that extra mile. Yeah, I know they call it the gentleman's band. I get it. I get it. I know the gentleman's band. I know what it's called. However, again, he's not gonna motivate me. And if he's not gonna motivate me, imagine the generation like my son, where they have no relationship to radio. They have no relationship to radio at all. So they're gonna have to do something. I know in some countries they have something. I think it's only two-tier. You got your basic. I know in England, I think Oxford, what he has, they have one that's called what's the beginner one called? There's a name for that, and then they have the advanced, and that's it. I think they just have those two. I think something like that's it. I don't know that three. I don't know if they have. I could be wrong. In a lot of countries, that are less bureaucratic. I'm gonna say it, they're less bureaucratic than the United States. They can operate on any band, and I don't say any band. I mean every amateur band, whatever. Maybe one or two tier at the most. That's it. Not three tiers. It's not. No, I don't think it is. So I don't know. It's just my opinion, and I was surprised, like I said, when that extra amateur operator, the extra guy, asked me a question that was so basic. It was a very basic question, and I said, I answered it, but I was like, it scratched my head. I was like, you're supposed to know this, like, why are you asking me? I don't, I mean, like I said, I was flattered by it, whatever, but still, and that also made me question the whole testing, the whole testing. Like, maybe he did zigzag, and passed it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he did. You ever seen that episode with Peter Griffin when he was taking a test? He drew something. I forgot the name of that episode. He was drawing pictures. He was connecting the dots, the multiple choice thing, and he passed. And he passed. I think he passed it. I think that's probably what happened. Maybe the guy was just connecting the dots. He made a pattern, and Like lotto. Like lotto, when you scratch out when you circle the numbers and you get the right numbers, man, you win. You win a lot of money. I keep getting the wrong numbers, so I'm broke. You get it right, you win a lot of money. You don't get it, you go back to being broke. I think that's what happened. Maybe the guy lucked out, and like instead of answering, oh, best possible answer, no, I'm gonna pick. I got my own pattern in my head. This is my pattern. A B C D A B C D A B C D. Like this A B C D A B C D. I don't know. And he said, "I'm what? I'm what now?" Oh, oh my God, kicking the extra. I remember Family Guy episode where Peter was tuning around a ham radio and he tuned into broadcast station that remind me of BBC Radio. Yeah, exactly. And then if you passing the test like that, I know you didn't study, so you probably gonna be like, I'm not supposed to broadcast at this band, but hey, I'm gonna do it anyway. Because I didn't read. Oh, now I gotta watch the video. Okay, let me click on it. I'll watch it later. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, no. Cancel. Oh no. I don't want to leave I'm not gonna leave this site. I'll forget it. I'll do it after the replay. Because all of a sudden it's prompting me to leave the no. Yeah. No, I know, but it's just for some reason something popped up and I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, so anyway. But that's crazy though. No, I'll do it later. It's okay. It's okay. But yeah. Let me see. Let me go back up here. Yeah, so I know the radio telephone because I'm telling you, I looked that up a long time ago. When I was a teenager, that was one of the things, when I thought about, I want to, 'cause my dream was to fly. My dream was to become a pilot. And I used to go to the library and I read those there's like career books you read. So there was one on how to become they have the airline industry. So they have like how to become well, now it's called what? Flight attendant. So anyway, they got that. They got the ground crew. They got the chapter on pilot. So I read all that. I saw that FCC radio and telephone license. I was like, okay, what is that? And then I looked that up. And then of course they got the FCC for the FAA for the engine rating and all that. How many hours of flying you need to even So I looked into that. So I remember that's the first time I saw the mention of it, radio and telephone license. And I didn't even know what it was. I just remembered it. And I was 14 when I read that. I was like 14 years old, I believe, when I read that. Am I ready? That for those who were there before the internet, we knew what radio meant when the internet generation, apart from you, Keegan DX went out. Yeah, I know. Exactly. One of two. On the other side of the world. Yeah, exactly. Because, yeah, your dad got when he was 15. Yeah. And remember, that's going to be now that's even rare that's going to happen. 15-year-old kid now, I don't think they're even thinking about getting on the radio. They're too busy looking at their phone. They're too busy, it was back. It's different. It's a different generation. I'm telling you, these kids are not going to be related to radio. They're not. They're not related to. They never grew up around it. I grew up on black and white TV. I remember. I said that in the last stream. I could relate to black and white television. I could relate to radio as my escape. It was my escape. For all the times I never had TV, I could relate to radio. This generation doesn't care about all that. They don't care. My son, they're not gonna care about radio at all because everything is in their phone. I don't have my phone with me. I left the charger in the other room, but everything is all in one now. It's a computer, it's your phone and everything. Just like our computers were big and they had big monochrome monitors. Well, these are not monochrome, but I remember my computer was a monochrome monitor. You had to put a floppy drive in there. I had to go to the library to do my research. They can't relate. They don't relate to all that. They're not going to relate to all that. They're not going to relate to that. And if we're trying to preserve the hobby, there needs to be changes. And it starts with the testing. Even the testing, like I said last stream, I should have had to go take a test with paper and pencil and color out the little. It shouldn't do that no more. I should have everything on the computer. My parent-teacher conference was Thursday. My son is doing well. She said, "No, your son." Because my son he can use a computer. He knows he can use it. But there's parents in there that they still are. They don't know how to access. Because my son has to go to a portal, and everything is there. He has to practice. He has to practice online too because my teacher said his teacher said when these kids get to high school, everything is going to be online. They have to turn their assignments online. You get their assignments online. Everything is online. There's no so you talking about this technician license? They couldn't give me the test on a computer. I had to do it on a piece of paper, on the paper they give you and you fill it out. It's too antiquated. It's old. They need to get with that. I know they have an online. You could take it online now, but the waiting list on that is ridiculous. But when I went to take the test at his place, he should have had a computer with a test there. Not me filling out coloring little dots. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. 2020, that's ridiculous. Okay? And that I find that to be ridiculous. I know that the FCC used to do all that. I read up on all that. I'm not that old, but I read up on all that the FCC used to be in charge of, and they turned it over to the ARRL to do all the volunteer examining and do all that stuff. I get all that. But the ARRL needs to change, and they should have to mail my test and my paperwork over mail. That's ridiculous. You can't have a PDF document, email it. I can't take my test on a computer instead of still doing it on paper. Like things like that is what is holding things back. It's the thinking. And I'm gonna say it until some people die off and new blood comes in, then maybe things will, update. I should have had to take my test on a piece of paper. I'm sorry. It's 2020. Every test that I taken in my lifetime for the last 25 years has been online or on a computer screen, not paper. This is the first time I took a paper test. It shouldn't be that way. It should not be that way. I'm sorry. And I'm not saying to open up the bands either. They should open up the bands on the technician side too. Yeah, I'm not saying to turn into CB radio. I mean, it is kind of like that when you go to 7200. 7200, what all you see is there's drama. All you hear is there's drama. But still, helmet time. They are pirate radio operators from 6.8 megahertz to 6.99. They play music, cuss and scream, and lots of funny stuff sometimes. They send out slow scan TV images. Yeah. Scott Belcher, Danny Shortwave, I see your point. Once enough is known why they can allow an amateur player around the amateur band. As long as they're following the rules. Exactly. And radio, like you said, it has advantage, no viruses. I think when you be a technician, I think, like I said, that's why I think they should have technician and then lump in general with extra, and that's it. They should not have a third thing. and then to make a fourth one, no, because they're gonna lose a lot. I'm telling you, me personally, I waited this long to get a technician because I was reluctant for a long time because of other stuff. And now I'm want to get my general because that's what, but I'm not gonna go beyond that. I don't think I'm gonna. It's no motivation, you know. There's plenty of areas and you know, 20 meter, 40 meter, what, 80 meter, whatever. I don't know. It's not there. It's not there. And that's me, which I have plenty of radio experiences. I was a kid. I have a radio channel, radio related channel. And you're not gonna motivate me to go beyond that. Imagine that's me. Imagine the average kid, next generation, and so on. It's gonna get harder and harder. One day, I'm not. I won't be here by then. I'll be long gone. One day they're gonna tune. Somebody's gonna tune in on that 160 meter band, and it's gonna be nothing but crickets because nobody's gonna be like, what? Like what happened to some bands? Why want to talk? There's nobody there. Like CB, but even though CB opens up every so often, but the one day 160 is gonna be like that if we don't make it fun, make it interesting. And I'm not saying lower the standard, but kind of give a little more privilege to this technician, and lump in the and you'll have a steady stream of enough people to keep it going, the hobby. Otherwise, 161 day is going to be a dead band. It's going to be dead, dead. And I say I'm going to be dead. It's going to be like crickets. You're going to tune at 160, it's dead, nobody there, and that's my point. You shouldn't have to be an engineer or pretty much almost become an engineer to talk. I want no, sorry, not gonna motivate me because my brain is already. I'm 56. I can still do it, but my brain is not gonna go beyond certain. No, I'm gonna be like not worth it, not worth it. No, sorry. Keegan DXer, I watched black and white and color tube TVs in my childhood. My radio DXer, CB radio back then was social media. What social media is exactly? That's exactly because that's yeah. I get it again. 160, the gentleman's band. You know how much money you're gonna spend to become an extra? Think about that. Because you're gonna need a rig. And those rigs are not cheap. They're not cheap. You're gonna need a setup for that. The knowledge you're gonna have to acquire. That means how many books, how many apps, how many courses, how much time just to talk to a handful of bands. You see, it's also a cost. It's not, you know. I'm telling you right now, just for the tech, the stuff that I'm learning now, even setting up this radio and buying this stuff, and just to go on, just to do FTA and the cables. The cables are not cheap. One pair of cables is $40, and this is $60. That's $100 right there already. $100 for the Yesu. $100 already, and things like that. People are gonna be like, "Do I? I don't. They don't. They don't. They're not gonna relate to that. They're gonna be like, no, just to talk to someone around. You know, you got these digital things, digital modes like Echo Link. I could just get on my ball fan, Echo Link, whatever. I mean, ball fan collector repeater Echo Link. I could talk to somebody across the country. So they're thinking they're gonna be like, why do I need to go down to the HF? I could talk across the country through repeaters. It does happen, and it's proven. You see it all the time on YouTube. There's one guy that does it all the time. They're not gonna relate to that. They're not gonna relate to that. Yeah, I can make contacts. I can make contacts on 10 meters across the. You know? Yeah. Same thing with CBs. Why should I get my license? I make contacts on CB. When the conditions are good, I can make contacts anywhere around, with CB. Yeah. You're not gonna relate to that. That's my point. You don't need to have a degree, engineering, to talk on a certain band. I'm sorry. It's not gonna fly with some people anymore. You know? Yeah, at this point, at that point, it becomes a pissing contest. Oh, I'm an extra. Who are you? No, sorry. No. You need to open it up. You don't have to lower the standard. You could just open it up a little bit. Maybe, you know, you know, make things more friendlier. And no kid wants to go in there write piece of paper. My teacher was telling that about my son. She doesn't even like to give handouts anymore. She said, I'm trying to give them less paper. I want them to do everything on their tablet. They have a computer. And each kid has a computer in class, a laptop. They do everything on the computer. Yeah, they have to write on the notebook. And then everything else is on the computer. You know? I'm telling you, it goes back to that. And because she said it, she told me, she said, these kids, when they're in high school, everything is online. That's it. It's not copying your work on a notebook. And no. Go here. Everything is there. All the materials that you need to learn. Go. That's it. You know? That's the way it is. So I think until some people die off, and there's a few other things that some people have mentioned about the ARRL, has to do with money, things like that. Yeah, I think too much power. I don't know what it is, something like that. I know some people mention that. This Ham guy, he's on TikTok. His name is Tim. He's smack on when he says about this stuff. They need to eliminate that. They should. Then it disappeared when mobile phones SMS came out. Yeah. Just like I'm telling you, they mock my they mock my GMRS call sign. And I went in there and I said, when I was doing the paperwork, because they wanted me to do everything in paper, right? So I'm doing everything on paper. So then it says, it says FRN number. Okay, I know what that is. I wrote it down. Oh, call sign. Oh, the only call sign I know is the same one that the FCC gave me when I applied for my GMRS. Can I put that? Then you know what they told me? No, that doesn't count. Like, yeah, it is a call sign. I paid for it. I didn't have to take a test for it, but I paid for it. You know what I'm saying? But they told me, no, don't put that, don't. They really went out of their way to tell me, don't put that in my paperwork. And I'm like, so this is like, okay, this is silly. This is silly. It's a call sign that I got from the same place I'm applying for my new call sign. It was funny. Yeah. I still watch Tube TV in my area of the kitchen. Okay, great for gaming. Yeah, great for retro gaming. And HD TV in the living room. You mean retro gaming console? Yeah, retro gaming, exactly. So let me skip all that. Retro gaming. Yeah, I know. It's disappearing. It is. But it shouldn't have to. It really shouldn't have to. Yeah, yeah, Elmer time. Okay. Yeah, I know there used to be a novice. See, that's what happened. It got two, and this was how many? One. Let me see. I'm counting the ones you novice, tech plus. That's 5 classes. That's ridiculous. That was ridiculous. Because there's another YouTuber. Her name is Kim. She's an amateur. She's already operating too. And she had to talk with somebody, and then the guy said that when they did that, it was a disaster because a lot of people took the novice technician, and they say They got bored. They said, stupid. Because I think because of course, since they made 5, they limited even more. So I think the novice was limited to some ridiculous. There was no motivation to. There was no more. They got bored. They got bored like so fast. So I think the technician, they need to open it up more first. I mean, start with that. Open up the technician more. Okay. Maybe not only 10 meters, but maybe lower I can talk. At least 20 meters. Maybe even do FT8 down there too. Like give me that at least. And then I'll think about getting the general. And then because that's what's gonna happen. you know, you got to motivate the next group to move up. It's and hopefully they'll come around, and then one day it probably won't be in my lifetime, but who knows? I also have let me see, yeah, okay, so yeah, so that's ridiculous. Yeah, I know because I heard that novice, technician plus general advanced, and they're taking away advanced class into the big screw up. I believe that they should have. Yeah, it's just that because this you got the other side of the argument that oh, the airway should be for everybody. Why should I have to tell them? Why they can tell? They should? Why should I let them tell me where I can talk on? I get all that. I get some of that, but you do need some kind of regulation. I'm gonna say some of it is a big money grab. I hate to say it, but some of it is a freaking money grab anyway. Just like the GMRS. Seriously, I paid $70 a year and a half ago. They just dropped it to $35. I paid $70 for my. I didn't even use it. I used it maybe twice since I got it, and that was just to test it. That was just to test it. That was it. And I haven't, yeah, and I don't plan to use it. I just have it just because I wanted it, and then I could, but I don't use it. So that's $70 that I just basically flushed down the toilet. You know, it's just ridiculous. Yeah, and that's exactly, yeah, exactly. So it's going to cost you a lot of money. Helmet time, right? To be heard on 160 or 80 meters, you will need a very good antenna. Exactly. And at least 500 watts. So it's going to cost you money, a lot more money. I don't have anything. I don't have any rig that I can, but even if I had, like, for example, the 7300, that goes up to 100, right? 100 watts, that's it. You want to go up to, is it? I mean, correct me. 100 watts, right? So 500 watts, I mean, seriously. And let me go back up here. I'm trying to catch up a little bit here. Let me see. Okay. If I use a radio, I have connect. Okay. I have connect input. Okay. Channel 6 CBS shows. Okay. Let me go down here. So I have to go scroll down. Okay, my ready DX. Take care. I'm gonna wrap it up to any minute. I just want to finish up over here. And after I got the modulator analog 6, I used to do converter box to receive. Okay. Kind of like the old days. Yeah, most people around here aren't licensed for GMRS and listen and never hear calls. Yeah, I know. Because because I was planning to travel, and I know some places that like for example, like we plan to go hike. When we go back to Las Vegas, we were gonna go hiking. We were gonna go to Grand Canyon. places like that, and I want to have one on me. And at that time, that's before I got my. I had because I bought that because I wanted to have something that in case traveling, emergency, more for emergency. So that was my purpose of buying that. I wanted to have emergency, have a radio, and have it for emergency in case you know you need to, just to have it. Because I told my wife, because she was like, "Why you got a car?" I said, "Man, honey, we're driving. You never know. We could be in the middle of the boondocks. Your car breaks down, and what are you gonna do? We're gonna start a fire and have a smoke screen? No, you need some kind of radio. And when your cell phone service doesn't work and you get no bars on that, then you better hope you have some other kind of radio." So she understood why. So that was the first step, was getting that. Of course, I have CB radio. Uh, I don't have a talkie CB radio. I don't have one. I just have a mobile one. But that was the other one, GMRS, excuse me. And now that I got my tech, I can legally use my Baofeng and my QSE1. Now I can take those with me too when I travel. So that's the purpose why I got it. But yeah, I also run SMPT color bars test pattern before turning off my analog channel 6 for the night. Okay. I'm going to wrap it up. I've been on for 4 hours and 26 minutes. And it's approaching 9 p.m. It's 8:56 in the evening here in Yonkers. So I'm going to log off now. I'm going to enjoy some dinner. And the rest of my Saturday night, I have a couple of beers. I'm going to have wind down, have a couple of beers. And I'm glad that I was here today. I'll be on Wednesday, 4 o'clock Eastern time. I don't know what that is specific, but anyway, I need to have like a cheat sheet or something I can do. Anyway, 4 p.m. Eastern. I don't know what that is UTC, but that's for you to figure out. Anyway, thank you for stopping by, everybody. Thank you, Elmer. Thank you, Keegan. And thank you, my Ready DX. And thank you for the other people that are watching. Take care. I'll see you soon. And thank you, Scott Belcher. Okay? Take care. I'll see you soon. I'll see you on Wednesday. Bye-bye.